we doing with this?
For my comments, this reference. All right, welcome everyone. Welcome to City Hall here in the city of Hollywood. Today is Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025. We are here for a regular but always special and significant City Commission meeting. Please rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. At the start of each meeting, we also take an important moment to recognize our U.S. veterans, active service personnel, or their families who may be in attendance. So if you are a veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces, maybe even active service or a family member thereof, please rise. We'd like to recognize you. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Biederman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Quintana.
Here.
Commissioner Shuham.
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Kaleri.
Here.
Commissioner Gruber.
Here.
Mayor Levy.
Here. All right, today's consent agenda includes items 5 through 21. These are items that don't usually require individual discussion. However, if there is a request from the dais to pull one item for discussion or more, or a comment card on any item, we'll be happy to take it up and discuss it. Pat, are there any speaker cards on 5 through 21?
None.
Anything from the dais?
I would like to pull number 12.
12, okay. If that's it, then I'll accept the motion to approve the
Approve.
balance of the consent agenda from Commissioner Kaleri. And a second from Commissioner Biederman. All those in favor of moving items 5 through 11 and 13 through 21, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Those items carry unanimously, and we'll take up item 12 a little bit later in our agenda. Now let's go ahead with our presentations, proclamations, and awards. Let's begin with Commissioner Biederman, who will be presenting a proclamation recognizing Florida City Week, which is October 20th through the 26th of this year. Accepting the proclamation will be our Assistant City Manager, Adam Reichbach. Commissioner Biederman. Go ahead.
Florida City Week, October 20th through the 26th, 2025. Whereas city government is the government closest to the people and the one with the most direct daily impact upon its residents. And whereas municipal government provides services and programs that enhance the quality of life for residents, making their city their home. And whereas city government is administered for and by its citizens and is dependent on public comment, public commitment to an understanding of its many responsibilities. And whereas city government officials and employees share the responsibility to pass along the understanding of public services and the benefits. And whereas Florida City Week offers an important opportunity for elected officials and city staff to spread the word to all citizens of Florida that they can shape and influence this branch of government, which is closest to the people. Whereas the Florida League of Cities and its member cities have joined together to teach all citizens, including students, about municipal government through a variety of activities. And now, therefore, Josh Levy, Mayor of the City of Hollywood, Florida, and the Hollywood City Commission hereby proclaim October 20th through 26th, 2025 as Florida City Week in the City of Hollywood. And we encourage all residents to join in that celebration.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Adam Reichbach, Assistant City Manager. And I stand before you today very honored and humbled to accept this proclamation, not only as your Assistant City Manager, but the President of the Broward County City Managers Association. As you know, Florida is home to 411 municipalities that range in population from 12 to over 1 million. So despite our geographic and our population differences, we are united this year and a commonality of a threat that we face with property tax reform. And so I want to take this opportunity to share some facts for the record and for public consumption purposes. 46% of our general fund revenues are generated by property taxes. When it comes to property taxes, it's important to point out that there is a direct, tangible benefit derived from property taxes that is apparent from the moment you walk out of your front door. This includes the conditions of the roadways that we drive on, the sidewalks we walk on, the parks that we play at, and the safety and security that we feel from the presence of our police and firefighters. All this to say that there are things that define, these are all things that define what a sense of community is, and it's all derived by property taxes. On the screen, you will see something that we had previously shared as part of our budget preparation, and this is what we coin as the taxpayer receipt. Of note, you'll notice that public safety represents almost 2/3 of the general fund budget, and again, this is strictly for the general fund. When you add in public works, parks and recreation, we are over 75% or 3/4 of the general fund budget. Again, this is roughly paid for half by property taxes. Also paid for as part of property taxes, code compliance, beach safety, including our lifeguards, school resource officers, our school crossing guard program, public safety technology such as our license plate readers and our CCTVs, as well as streetscape maintenance and beautification efforts. As we approach the 2026 legislative session, we are aware of 8 bills that have been filed to date that have some level of impact to property taxes, ranging from additional limitations on the growth of assessed values, all the way up to the complete elimination of property taxes on non-school homesteaded properties. So let's put that into perspective on what that would mean for Hollywood. Based on today's valuation, the impact of the complete elimination of non-school homesteaded properties on the city of Hollywood would be $55 million in revenue lost to the city. Just for illustrative purposes, this equates to the totality of the budgets for the Parks and Recreation Department, Public Works Department, Code Enforcement Division, and the beach safety all combined. Said another way, when you take back out everything that we are currently required to pay for and fund, we would have to reduce the balance of our general fund budget by 44%. Yesterday, Commissioner Kaleri joined myself and then Vice Mayor Quintana was there as well regarding a joint meeting that was held between the Broward League of Cities and the Broward County City Managers Association. And the intent of this was to meet with our Broward legislative delegation, and that we were there to express the concern with these proposals and the impact that this would have on our current ability to provide services and programs to our residents. The resounding direction from our delegation was education, education, education. And so I want to share that we have already been working on this effort, and I want to thank Joanne, Arlene, and our CMed team who have been diligently working on this effort, and we plan to roll out a lot of different publications in this regard. Speaking of education, the Florida League of Cities has taken on the lead of doing some educational short videos, which I would like to share with you now as part of this educational campaign, and that we've also started sharing on our social media pages.
Most days don't make headlines. Most days, things just work. City by city across Florida. Clean water, safe streets, public safety. Most of our local services, reliable, invisible, local. Let's keep it that way. Most days don't make headlines. In Florida, most decisions and most dollars stay close to home. That's why services work. That's why taxes stay low. But some want to upend the formula, shifting dollars and decisions to distant politicians. Let's keep it local.
And again, this is just a sampling of the videos that the Florida League of Cities has put out. They put out longer videos as well. And again, we've shared that on our social media, and we will continue to do that. So I want to leave you all with this. As staff in a commission, we should make a concerted effort to indicate when projects or services are brought to you by property taxes in an effort to educate the public on where exactly their property taxes are going, and conversely, to illuminate to them what would be threatened if their existence if they no longer existed. In the meantime, we will continue to work with our legislators as they continue to advocate for us up in Tallahassee. BCCMA, the Broward County City Managers Association, and the Broward League are taking the lead on a joint information guide that will be speaking on behalf of Broward's 31 cities to share with our legislators as well as the other legislators up in Tallahassee so they can indicate the impact of the loss of property taxes on our budgets and our services. I also last night spoke with County Administrator Monica Sapero. We are going to do some joint advocacy and joint education efforts with the county and the 31 cities. So again, thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to share this, hopefully a public service announcement, and for providing this excellent proclamation for Florida City Week.
Thank you, Adam. So as we've discussed, there's certainly some inequities in the Florida property tax system, and that's, I think, been the highlight of what, some have been, quick to and easily can point to in terms of maybe some thought that we ought to look at as a state to cure. And of course, that's been extended now to look at the entire really method of funding local services that rely on, the ad valorem revenue in order to fund these critical, services that make a city function, police, fire, public works, public utilities on down. As you mentioned, all of that relies on that. And so I am looking forward over the next legislative session, especially to obviously explain that, even though I think the legislators that are currently serving on the committee that's been set up in Tallahassee, obviously they have to know this, yet of course some of these bills, and from what I understand, there might be a blend of options for the residents to vote on in the 2026 election as to how they want to elect to reform property tax in Florida. But I think obviously the state needs to look at this holistically and look at, the state's, sales tax as well, and how all that blends to fund the services that we all rely on. You can't just remove it from one side and not, replenish it from the other. And so looking forward to seeing, how we can all get to success with possibly making the property tax system more fair in Florida, and at the same time, obviously, continuing to fund the critical needs and services and investments that our cities, 412 of them, and counties need to continue to make Florida the success that it is, and to continue that. So there ought to be a win-win. There needs to be a win-win, and it seems like there's certainly some advocacy that's needed here to not, give the impression to the legislature that it can only be property tax reform resulting in a loss, but not otherwise, funded, from other revenue sources that the state of Florida has, in surplus in recent years. So just looking forward to that conversation. Adam, why don't you come on up? Let's take a photo to help spread the word on Florida City Week.
All right, 3, 2, and 3, 2, 1. Very nice.
All right. On a brighter note, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a great proclamation now recognizing Youth Leadership Week encounter over at Avant-Garde Academy, and we've got a number of special guests here from Avant-Garde Academy. I'd like to invite Mr. Frank Bolaños and his wife, Dr. Francis Bolaños. They're co-founders of Avant-Garde Academy as well. I think we have Mrs. Noriega. She's the Spanish Honor Society moderator. Come on up. Dr. Arlene Valdez is here. She's the executive director of the academy. And I think we've got some students here too, Maria, Juan, Fabiana, and Florencia. Please join us as I present the proclamation, and then we'll be happy to hear from you, Mr. Bolaños.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Commission, and city staff and guests. It's a great honor to be here. Very happy to be here on the 10th anniversary of Avant-Garde Academy here in the beautiful city of Hollywood.
Mr.
Thanks
Bolaños.
to all your help and support throughout the years. Thank you.
All right. A proclamation of the City of Hollywood, Florida, recognizing Youth Leadership Encounter Week at Avant-Garde Academy, October 25th through November 1st, 2025. Whereas the City of Hollywood recognizes the importance of empowering youth to become leaders who are globally aware, environmentally conscious, and civically engaged. And whereas Avant-Garde Academy, in partnership with the International Schools Association, will host the Youth Leadership Encounter 2025 in Hollywood, Florida, from October 25th through November 1st, 2025. And whereas this year's theme, Leadership Across Oceans, Uniting Cultures to Preserve Marine Ecosystems, highlights the critical role that education, collaboration, and cultural understanding play in protecting our shared planet. And whereas the Youth Leadership Encounter will bring together more than 100 students and educators from countries including Spain, Argentina, Nepal, Romania, and Mexico, as well as local student leaders, to participate in a week of leadership development, community service, and cross-cultural exchange. And whereas through hands-on conservation projects, university partnerships, and workshops led by community leaders, this event will inspire students to take action toward ocean preservation and sustainability while celebrating the values of unity, respect, and service. And whereas the City of Hollywood takes great pride in hosting this meaningful international event and commends Avant-Garde Academy and the International Schools Association for their vision in fostering leadership and environmental stewardship among youth, encouraging all residents to celebrate this global initiative that unites young leaders in service, learning, and environmental responsibility. Now, therefore, Josh Levy, Mayor of the City of Hollywood, Florida, and the Hollywood City Commission do hereby proclaim October 25th through 21st as Youth Leadership Encounter Week in the City of Hollywood, Florida. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Just like to say that I'm here with our lead teacher, Gracie Noriega, her students, part of Avant-Garde Academy's Hispanic Honor Society. This is a student-led, student-driven event. The students have organized all the activities that are taking place in South Florida during this week-long event, and our executive director, Dr. Arlene Valdez. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, we're excited. Maybe you can share a little bit about what the students and all 100, and especially those visiting from out of the country, will be experiencing here in Hollywood and in South Florida during the week.
Yeah. This, by the way, is the 28th annual Youth Leadership Encounter being organized by the International Schools Association. Interestingly enough, the first one in the U.S. So it's a special honor for us to be the host school. And the theme of leadership is throughout the entire event, and all of the activities are collaborative between students from different cultures. This sub-theme or slogan of leadership to preserve our marine ecosystems also talks to the importance of this issue, which is always a very important issue all throughout the entire world. One of the things, and I participated in 2 previous leadership encounters in Mexico City and Istanbul, Turkey. One of the most beautiful things to see is students getting to know each other, learning from each other's cultures, their habits, and establishing, I hope and believe, lifelong relationships. And there is no other way, there is no better way to obtain peace and understanding between peoples, cultures, and countries than to get to know each other, work together, and respect each other. So we're looking forward to a great event. We'd love to see you there, and you're very much welcome. The opening ceremony is Monday at 9:30 a.m. at Avant-Garde Academy, just a couple of miles from here.
All right, looking forward to it.
Thank
please,
you.
Please, and thank you so much, students, for the initiative on behalf of the City of Hollywood. You're making us proud. And thanks, of course, to the school for enabling you to do this. And welcome students from all over the world to Hollywood. I know you'll be proud to show them your hometown. And as you go about doing your sustainability projects that are part of the program, for example, on Hollywood Beach, I know that, again, we'll be proud that they're there, and we'll make sure to circulate any opportunity for us in the greater community to cheer everybody on, and thank you for your initiative. So please come on up for a photo.
Thank you.
Congratulations, best of luck.
Felicidades.
No, I'm kidding. No, at all. Okay. Okay, thank you, Chief, thank you. All right.
Look at her.
3, perfect. 3, 2, 1.
Got it.
Good? Okay. Thank you.
All right. Well, that's good karma. All right, on to our 115 time certain item, ladies and gentlemen.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mayor, item 22.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item 22 was a proclamation recognizing the inaugural South Florida Mental Wellness Summit and Expo Day, which is October 23rd. Unfortunately, the group wasn't able to provide someone to accept the proclamation, so we'll be sharing the proclamation directly and personally with them. And so, thank you.
Mayor, point of order, can we take 25 over 24?
Commissioner, you want to,
Many of our, someone has to get something.
which item?
Number 25, which is the time limit.
I think it was
25 times seven?
Assistant City Manager O'Brien. I think you had mentioned this to me, or Chief Devlin. Which item was that we needed to, I think it was on the regular agenda. Was it 29? Let's go ahead, if you will, please. Let's just take 29. It's a presentation by the police chief regarding school speed zone camera, the program, and the annual report.
No, 25. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Microphone, that way. If you couldn't hear
You
me.
wanted to do 25
Yeah,
first?
if 25 could be before 24 times certain.
Chief, you have a little bit of time on that? Yeah? Okay.
Just
All
for
right.
Other people time certain and choose them to be out of here.
Yeah, at the request of Commissioner Caleri, let's go ahead with then item 25 ahead of 24. It's an ordinance on first reading advertised as a public hearing in conformance with state statutes and city codes. Only one reading is required for this particular item from Development Services. And of course, this is the ordinance amending Article 5 of the Zoning and Land Development Regulations entitled Development Review Process. In the end, designating the Hollywood Broadwalk from certain geographic limits north to south as the historic Hollywood Beach Broadwalk on the Hollywood Beach Plat. And so I know that when the city attorney reads the ordinance, she'll read the complete one. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Are there any speaker cards on item 25?
No cards.
All right, I'd like to call on Commissioner Caleri.
Motion to approve.
All right, motion from Commissioner Caleri, second from Commissioner Shuham. And just for the public's just information, the reason why this came back, we had a discussion, an ordinance designating a portion of the Broadwalk as historic, and this is just the actual pavement of the Broadwalk itself, and it's 30 or 25 feet or so. And a motion was made to actually extend that designation to the full north-south limitations of the Broadwalk and not only a portion thereof. And so this ordinance today extends that designation to the complete Broadwalk as we know it. And so there is a motion and a second. I'll invite the city attorney to read the ordinance, and the clerk will call the roll call vote. Oh, hold on. For discussion, Commissioner Gruber.
Yes, really quick, and I was speaking to Elena Hershey earlier. It's my understanding that this doesn't put any extra restrictions on any businesses at all. It's just a designation, right? There's no extra permitting, extra historic board meetings. Just want to make sure that that's the case.
This item is specific to the Broadwalk itself, where the actual pavers are, and does not impact any of the private properties adjacent to it. Thank you.
Perfect.
Andrea Winget, Director of Development Services.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, city attorney, please read the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Hollywood, Florida, amending Article 5 of the Zoning and Land Development Regulations entitled Development Review Process by amending Section 5.5 entitled Historic Preservation Board and Historic District Regulations to designate the historic Hollywood Beach Broadwalk on the Hollywood Beach Plat recorded in Plat Book 1, page 27, Plat Book 1, page 31, and Plat Book 4, page 6, in the public records of Broward County, Florida, as a historic property overlay site, and amending the city's official zoning map to incorporate such site into the map.
Commissioner Biederman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Quintana.
Yes.
Commissioner Shuham.
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Caleri.
Yes.
Commissioner Gruber.
Yes.
Mayor Levy.
Yes. All right, let's show the ordinance passing on its only required reading unanimously. It's a round of applause for that. Another great item for our centennial year. You know, before we get to 29, Chief, let's just quickly get through 24 since it is a time-certain item. Real quick, it's an ordinance of the City of Hollywood amending Article 3 of the Zoning and Land Development Regulations to revise the standards for painting and color of exterior surfaces of buildings and structures and art in public places, providing for a severability clause. This is on second reading advertised as a public hearing in conformance with state statutes and city codes. from Development Services. Pat, are there any, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Pat, are there any speaker cards on 24?
No cards.
Motion to
Public hearing
approve.
is now closed. We've got a motion from Commissioner Coleri. Is there a second or any request for discussion? All right, second from Commissioner Hernandez. I'm going to clear the queue. If anyone wants to discuss the item, they can, you can buzz in. This is for the art in public places and the paint and color building structures code. Andrea, why don't you just give a quick 2-minute version so that any member of the public who hears this can understand what it is?
There were some cleanup items to the public art requirement for the city, and during first reading, the commission wanted to ensure that the commission maintained the authority to offer waivers for all levels of affordable housing, so we've gone ahead and incorporated that requirement into the ordinance.
Vice Mayor?
So I understand that this would include affordable housing at the 120% or below AMI, that they could potentially, could you help me understand how that works?
Well, all projects, regardless of their level of affordability, are subject to this. And during first reading, the commission wanted all levels of affordability to be able to seek a waiver from the commission should they desire, and not have it based on a range or anything like that. So we added that language in here to give the complete discretion to the commission.
And will there be a criteria of some sort that when it comes to the commission we can look at so that we're making a decision based on some objective criteria?
We did not establish one within here, but what we did do is say that we would be working closely with community development, and they would be involved in making the recommendation for the commission.
Okay. I just want to make sure, we want to encourage art wherever it's possible. And I wouldn't want to diminish the opportunity to have that happen in our city. So just, I realize that's not the intention, but
Correct.
I just want us to be careful.
Understood. And most of the developers are really eager to drive it back into their projects and incorporate it within their design as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
Commissioner Gruber?
So yesterday in our AHAC meeting, one of the items that had come up, and I might need your expertise, Ryan, on this one, is that I don't know if we're even allowed to be charging this art percentage to affordable housing. I don't know what classifies as that. Remember the item yesterday we were talking about in the meeting? What was that? It was nothing that's burdensome. Like this charge, we talked about the art charge, the 1% of the development. I don't even know if we're allowed to be charging it for affordable housing projects, correct?
Good afternoon, Ryan Cook, Community Development. So a part of the local ordinance, they say you can't cause unnecessary burden or barriers to the development of affordable housing. So this may be perceived as something like that. This is why that clause is now in there, to remove it for affordable housing.
All right, so as it remains flexible and it could probably work with the applicant, knowing the spirit of what we'd like to see, we can probably get things done without promulgating it in the rigid way that the formula presented, so it makes sense and legally it's appropriate, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And I'll throw a little bit of a wrench in this. I'm sorry, because this topic came up last night at our meeting. And we, one of our items was that we have an affordable housing trust. And we're not funding it. So what we kind of brainstormed in the meeting was this fee and saying, we all love art. This is what the board said. But how are we justifying charging a 1% of a project for art as opposed to putting that 1% into our affordable housing trust? Because imagine how much money we could raise, or even doing 0.5% to the affordable housing trust and 0.5% to art. It seemed like, in theory, it's great. We all want art. But for us up here to decide that 1% of every project has to go to art instead of putting that money into an affordable housing trust to build affordable housing, I can tell you the committee last night was really in unison to think that was a bad idea.
Vice Mayor?
I totally agree that it's more important to have housing be accessible for everyone. I just want us to consider that poor people deserve to also be surrounded by beautiful things.
It's not about taking art away from poor people. And if you look at all these projects, Related Group is not going to build a project that's not beautiful. If you look at University Station, at Pinnacle, these are beautiful projects. To say we're deciding we're going to put a tax of 1% on every development here, and it's going to art, I mean,
Commissioner Gruber,
it seems a very entitled type of thought as opposed to.
Commissioner Gruber, I'm certainly not arguing against
Yeah.
what you're saying. I don't
Okay.
think we need to debate it. I'm just saying let's be conscious of it, that if we're not going to be doing it in this way, that in some way we should incentivize.
Yeah.
And if what you're saying is true, I understand that our developers are wanting to make the best quality product possible, and they want their projects to be beautiful as well. I just want us to be cognizant of the fact that we want to offer incentives for art in every part of our city.
100%. But as far as the way we're doing it now, I personally would love to see this even change to where that 1% is a 0.5% to art, 0.5% to our housing trust. Because, how much money can we raise annually on that 1% of every development that's here? Can you imagine if we put that into an affordable housing trust?
And I believe when we talked about it before, we talked about that when a project comes in, if we have our planning department, people who can see ways to make within the design a way to make it creative, artistic, and rather than just plain boxy, no color kind of stuff. That it's part of, and it doesn't have to cost them extra money. And so once again, I would just want to reinforce for our planning department that we want to encourage that, that if it doesn't cost them extra money and all they have to do is pick colors or patterns that make it a more interesting feature, that we can do that in affordable housing projects just like we can in market rate projects.
But that's not what we're voting on here. We're voting that they have to contribute.
I understand. I just wanted it on the record. Thank you.
I think you all made some really good points, and I think we're all swimming down the same stream with all this. We'd love to have as much public art. At the same time, we recognize the cost pressures on especially affordable housing project, and so does state law. So in that regard, we have a motion and a second.
Just if I can finish real quick.
ahead.
I didn't mean to throw a last-minute wrench on this, but this literally came up last night in our meeting. That's why I didn't discuss it or whatever. And when we got to the point of the Affordable Housing Trust that we have, and we were asked how are we funding it, the discussion came as to where we were doing different things. So I don't mean to throw this last minute, but just wanted to throw it out there. If we could.
I will just say the subject of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is a new subject, not part of the scope of this ordinance. But if that's something that you want to bring forward, Commissioner Gruber or Ryan or George, at some point for us to discuss the history of it and what the opportunities are, then I'm all ears to learn about it more. Honestly, we haven't brought that up in the 9 years that I've been here. So, yeah.
So
Adam, would you like to have a conversation about the trust?
I would definitely like to have a conversation. One of the things we decided the recommendations for the commission was going to be to visit that. But then when we started discussing and we saw this 1% art, it seemed like, wow, that could, go to that.
So we are currently working with a consultant who is going to look at the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as well too, to see how ways we can monetize the trust fund. So we do have that in place. We have procured one, and we're working through we're aware of all the comments and the concerns, and we're working through that right now with a consultant. We'll come back to the commission with the consultants with some ideas of how we monetize the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
And let's also remember we're the only city in Broward County that has the interlocal agreement with Broward County that funds affordable housing programs, that has a continual flow of funds for the next decade and beyond. And so, we're very fortunate to have those dollars coming in and dedicated, and we're investing them in affordable housing projects. And probably could, if the market would bring more, we could even, assist with more. Commissioner Hernandez, before we close.
No, I didn't know if Commissioner Gruber wanted some support for bring this back at the commission.
I don't know if I need support if we already have a consultant looking into to give us back findings, right?
All right, okay.
Yeah, okay, I'm good.
Sounds like it's all.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, City Attorney, please read the ordinance for item 24, and let's get the roll call vote.
An ordinance of the City of Hollywood, Florida, amending Article 3 of the Zoning and Land Development Regulations to revise standards for the painting and color of exterior surfaces of buildings and structures and art in public places, and providing for a severability clause.
Commissioner Biederman. Yes. Vice Mayor Quintana.
Yes.
Commissioner Shuham.
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez. Commissioner Clary.
Yes.
Commissioner Gruber,
No.
Mayor Levy.
Yes. All right, thank you all so much. The ordinance passes 6-1 on second reading. All right, on to item 29, presentation by our police chief. Thank you, chief, for your patience. This is regarding the school speed zone camera program with an annual report. Be interesting to hear how this program is working out, chief. I'm sure a lot of people have slowed down. I get the phone call sometimes. The record was, sorry, chief, before you get started, a fellow's child, a resident's child, just got their driver's license, and within a matter of like a day or two, they got 8 of these violations. Driving grandmother's car. But that was a conversation for the family, you know. He won't be speeding anymore. Yeah.
Sure, that'll make for a great Thanksgiving conversation.
Not my child.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager. Thank you again for allowing me to report on the school zone speed program. This is an annual report, and thank you for your patience as this is required for me to report this per state statute. So thanks for your patience in advance. So some of this information I do need to read into the record. First, the timeline of how we got where we're at today. As you can see, once the City Commission approved an agreement with Blue Line Solutions in May, we were able to get our cameras up and running by the school year, start of the school year in 2024. To date, we have 18 locations that are live and issuing notice of violations. 4 have just begun issuing warnings on our state roads, and 3 more are planned very shortly on our county roads. And that'll give us a total of 25 by this winter or spring of 26. Additional locations may be added after reassessment and some studies. This is an annual location report, which is also sent to the Florida Highway Safety Motor Vehicles, indicating statistics about each system operating in Hollywood during the reporting period. These represents all the cameras that are inside the 18 locations, giving data such as serial number, latitude, longitude, when they went active, and exactly where they are at. Annual statistics from the period July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. Total notices of violation issued are 28,030. Total notice of violations contested in City Magistrate Court has been 85. Of those, 82 have been upheld, 3 have been dismissed, and 45 are scheduled. Notice of violations paid, 16,520, and notice of violations issued as uniform traffic citations is 2,374. This is a violation fee breakdown. Florida statute defines the maximum violation amount and required contributions. So from every notice of violation, it's $100. 20 of that goes to the state of Florida. $12 goes to the school district, $5 to the school crossing guard program, $3 to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and $60 to the city. Fiscal impact for the period July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. Violations paid, 16,520. Collected funds, $1,738,518.60. Department of Revenue General has received $330,400. Department of Revenue FDLE has received $49,560. Broward County School Board, $198,240. And vendor has service fees of $504,136.40. The remaining funds collected through this program are being expended on the operational cost of running the program, as well as the investments in modernizing police technology citywide. I'd like to really highlight this slide as some of the remarkable results in Hollywood. As you can see, so far, there has been an 89% reduction of vehicle speeding in our school zones. Accompanied with a 36% reduction in traffic accidents. On top of this, as a department, we have received 0 traffic or speeding complaints from our principals, parents, or residents in each of these school zones. This has allowed me to redeploy our traffic officers who normally would have to be out there running radar during school zone hours on a rotation basis throughout the schools in Hollywood. It has allowed me to free those officers up and deploy them to other areas in our city where we have speeding complaints, so a real force multiplier. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the team that you see sitting to my right here that are responsible for running this program on the day-to-day operations, and without them, this program would not be the success that it is. I'd also like to thank the commission for selecting Blue Line Solutions and trusting them as our number one pick. Working with a company that shares the same values and same mission as the police department, and that is the safety of our kids in school zones, is vital to the success of a program like this. We were the first department in Broward County to be up and running, one of the first departments in the state with the size and magnitude program that we have. And again, without the support of Blue Line Solutions, who are present, they're committed, they're responsive, and they're here, this program would not be the success that it is. So again, I'd like to thank Blue Line Solutions and my team and this program for the success that it's brought and the safety of the school children. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We have some commissioners who'd like to discuss and ask any questions or otherwise thank and praise. Let's go to Commissioner Clary.
So I'll have to take a step back. Sometimes I put my foot in my mouth and say things, show me the money, because the proof is in the pudding. And when you show the statistic of 89% reduction, to me, that is remarkable, and that is safety across the board. So we are so lucky, and we are actually blessed, because can you imagine otherwise? And we hear about tragedy all the time, and so this just eliminates that, or helps eliminate those issues. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chief and staff, for putting your all into executing it and making it such a notable investment that benefits not only the city, but children and parents and families. So this is remarkable. I appreciate it. And just on a side note, even when I drive in those areas, I lay off the gas pedal. I realize, whoa, please don't send that ticket to my house so I don't get in trouble.
So far, so
But
good.
so far, so good. And it really makes you aware. And I think it's brought awareness to everyone throughout the city. You just got to drive slower. We talk about it all the time. So thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Biederman.
So it's hard to admit, but I got a warning letter by Nativity School. I think one of my employees got a ticket. Well, I know he got a ticket. I made him pay it. On slide 6, I think it's important to clarify, there's some residents that, while they appreciate us enforcing school zones, some people say it's, a cash grab kind of thing. So I missed it on the first go around, but can we clarify, and I think it's in the final cost thing, but the whole minus vendor costs, so that people are aware that while it looks good that the city's getting $60, a lot of that is vendor cost of operation, right? So our extra officers that have to monitor and put this thing through. So can you clarify that so that the public is aware? Kind of goes in hand with the presentation that the Assistant City Manager did earlier.
Yeah, no problem, Commissioner. So yeah, you're absolutely right. The remaining cost of the funds collected through this program are being expended, and this is per state statute, expended on operational costs of running the program, as well as the investments in modernizing police technology. So
it's kind of revenue neutral. It's more important that we're saving lives and reducing the speeders.
yeah, I think from day one, and Blue Line Solutions and the police department have made it very clear that this is exactly what this program is about, and the statistics back that or support that initiative, where we have an 89% reduction of speeders in a school zone, is amazing to me.
It works. The other question I have is, do we have a breakdown, and you might have to get back to us on this, just for educational purposes, a breakdown of school zone hours versus the school operating hours, and the tickets that are given during those two different breakdowns?
Sure. Every school zone is different, but I think I'm understanding your question. When you're going through a school zone, when children are
15 miles an
arriving,
hour
right, when
versus
they're arriving or
30
leaving,
miles an
and the lights are blinking, those are the 15-mile-an-hour designated hours. So if you're doing 11 over, at that point, you're going to receive a notice of violation. when those flashing lights turn off, but there's still school in session and the children are still at the school, say the road is 30 miles an hour. So now it will go, if you're going 41, you'll receive a notice of violation at that time.
And I think that's a confusion part amongst our residents, but my question was, what percentage of those violations are flashing lights versus non-flashing lights?
I see. We'll collect that data and get back to you with that. Sure.
Thank you. And I'm still going to give a pitch for a trailer version of the camera-operated system, so we could send warning letters to speeders within neighborhoods as opposed to just doing it in the school zones. It's a proven concept for school zones now. Let's use that concept to slow people down in neighborhoods instead of putting speed bumps everywhere.
I was just going to say the speed bumps are doing that. They're all over now.
We don't have
And they're
speed bumps
expanding.
everywhere, though, and some neighborhoods aren't getting speed bumps for 2 or 3 years or in our lifetime. And you can't put speed bumps everywhere.
I got you. I agree.
That is the conclusion of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shuham.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, of course, to the police department and to Blue Line. It's wonderful to hear how well the two entities are working together. I thought where Commissioner Biederman was going on the next slide, 60% of the, on slide 7, 60% of the 1.7 million is roughly $1 million. So I was trying to figure out where that million went. So 330,000 went to our department? Is that us?
No, the Department of Revenue is general is the state.
Okay, so,
Carol, I think the difference is this slide shows violations paid. The other ones showed violations issued. So the 60% of the previous figure is a larger figure.
no, this is collected funds, $1.7 million.
Okay.
Right? You take 60% of that, it's roughly $1 million. We paid the vendor $500,000, is that right? And so does that mean that we got $500,000? That's all I want to know.
Yeah, it would mean that.
I'm sorry, repeat that. We
Okay.
got.
So we collected
Yeah.
$1.7 million.
Yes,
Here's everything that went out.
correct.
The vendor got $500,000 roughly. 60% of that $1.7 million is $1 million. So does that mean that the city got $500,000 into the general fund? What am I missing?
No, you're correct. So to date, through this reporting period, the city has received $656,245.
Okay. Where is that? Why don't I see that? Is it just not on this
That's
slide?
in my notes.
Okay. That's the number I was
It's
looking
right
for.
up here, yeah.
Thank you. That's exciting. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chief. That concludes our questions, and just thank you to everyone. I think it has been a success, and we're probably seeing that curve of, since there's less people speeding, the number of violations issued, as was contemplated when we first enrolled, was going to be higher at the start, and I'm sure it's kind of tapering off to a lesser volume of violations now that people are more cognizant, but it's going to be enough to keep people compliant probably, right?
Correct, and our goal is to get that number to 100%. We have no notice of violation.
Yep. All right, good thing. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead back to so we've got some time certain items after 4 p.m. Wow, you weren't kidding, Chief. There are a lot of people here for this.
Yeah, thank you.
Goodbye, everyone. Some great restaurants in downtown Hollywood, if you like. New one called Osh Tea Room. It's Uzbek food, really good barbecue there. Greek joint, you name it. We've got an international mix there. All right. So we'll come back to the 4:45 time certain items, of course. Let's go ahead. Is the ordinance on item 28 a time certain, Pat, for 4:45, or is it not time certain?
Not time certain.
All right, let's go ahead and take up item 28 then. It's an ordinance on first reading from Office of Parking and Code Compliance. It's an ordinance of the City Commission amending Section 36.29 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Enforcement Orders, Fines, and Other Remedies, Right of Appeal, to provide a maximum one-time fine of up to $15,000 for certain violations in accordance with Florida statutes and excluding such fines from being settled at a reduced rate. This is for certain egregious, irreparable violations, as was probably discussed by all of us with staff. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there any speaker cards on this ordinance? Ann Ralston, come on up. Sure, I give a very brief overview, but if our new code enforcement manager and director of parking and code would like to come up and explain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission.
I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and then allow you to give a short presentation, and then we'll reopen the public hearing.
Thank you. So as the mayor mentioned, this is the introduction of an ordinance to amend Chapter 36.29 of the Code of Ordinances related to fines. So a little bit of history. Chapter 36 of the Hollywood Code of Ordinances sets forth regulations for enforcement of various city ordinances. The Florida Statutes, Chapter 162.09, authorizes magistrates to impose fines, one-time fines, for irreparable violations. Currently, our ordinance language does not match the state statutes, and I think it's important is what is an irreparable violation? One, which is impossible to rectify or appeal, repair, and there's a couple examples I'll give. So on your right-hand side here is Hollywood's current ordinance. On the left side is the current state statutes. You can see highlighted in yellow, it does say towards the end that up to $15,000 per violation can be assessed by a magistrate if the violation is irreparable or irreversible in nature. And what is a standard violation process versus an irreparable? So a standard violation process, say someone parks a vehicle on the front lawn or doesn't mow their grass, something similar to that. Code enforcement will send out a violation notice, and we'll give a reasonable amount of time for the property owner to comply. If not, then there's a magistrate hearing. The magistrate usually gives additional time for the property owner to comply. And then in the end, if the owner does not comply, there can be assessed daily fines. For an irreparable violation, there's no fixing. Tear down a historic structure, you can't put it back. So a violation notice is sent, a magistrate hearing commences, and then the magistrate can decide to assess fines. This amendment would allow the magistrate to assess fines up to $15,000. Currently, it is $5,000 per the state statutes. So what are some examples of irreparable violations? Illegal dumping in waterways, destruction of protected wetlands, unpermitted destruction or removal of trees, endangering the public. Those are some common irreparable violations. And we did put a couple examples in here. The first one is negligence of a construction site. So somebody poured some concrete down a storm drain. That can be remediated somewhat, but sometimes the concrete does get lodged in there or go down the waterways. So that could be irreparable. Another example is tear down of a historic structure. So here's an example, I think, from 2015, where there was a historic structure that was torn down. And that would be irreparable violation as well. That's pretty much staff's presentation. Staff recommends approval of amending section 36.29 of the Code of Ordinances. And I am here for any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take the public comment. Come on up, Ann Ralston.
I just needed an explanation. I'm good to go.
Good deal. Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think some of the violations that you showed in some cases cost a heck of a lot more to municipalities than the $15,000 that we are allowed to charge. For example, one of the things you showed is concrete being poured on some of the drains. If we have to replace a drain structure, it costs us a lot more than $15,000. So I believe a motion was made. I certainly support something like this, particularly when we keep up with the state statute.
All right, so that's a second from Commissioner Hernandez. I think the motion was from Commissioner Shuham.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Commissioner Biederman, go ahead.
So following up on Commissioner Hernandez's point, don't we have the ability to charge for the fixing of it in addition to the fine?
Correct. They would be responsible for fixing the violation in an example of the stormwater and then be assessed a fine for that.
Okay.
For a historic structure, there would be no putting it back. It would just be a fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on first reading. City Attorney, why don't you read the ordinance on item 28, please?
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Hollywood, Florida, amending Section 36.29 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Enforcement Orders, Fines, and Other Remedies, Right of Appeal, to provide for a maximum one-time fine of up to $15,000 for certain violations in accordance with Florida statute, Section 162.09, subsection 2, subsection D, and excluding such fines from being settled at a reduced amount.
Commissioner Biederman. Vice Mayor Quintana.
Yes.
Commissioner Shuham.
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Clary.
Yes.
Commissioner Gruber.
Yes.
Mayor Levy.
Thank you.
Myself off, yes. I need a one button activate everyone thing instead of clicking 6 times, but, all right. Thank you all. Ordinance passes unanimously on first reading. Let's go on to item 12. This was requested for discussion by Commissioner Clary. This is from the Department of Design Construction Management, a reso of the City Commission approving the city to execute a construction management risk Phase 2 construction services agreement with Journey C&D Group to provide construction management and risk services for the City Hall space planning project. This is a capital project with a guaranteed maximum price of up to $853,000 and change. Commissioner Clary,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to, for public awareness, to see the good things that the city is doing. I just would like a brief update and to show exactly what areas are going to be moved, even though it's laid out in the project. I think it's really important things to show how we're moving forward and trying to make
Some space efficiency and
space.
relocations.
Yes.
Yeah, hello, commissioners. There's a presentation. So this job, while we're calling it City Hall Space Planning, is really more of a collaboration and, combining all the departments together. It's really a consolidation of operations in a way that we will help bring efficiencies. I actually did a calculation of the cost of the work in terms of the square footage we're talking about, and it comes down to about $27 per square feet,
Wow.
which is a good thing in terms of all the areas that we're going to be able to touch and how much efficiencies that's going to bring for the different departments that we located there. So I'll show you, I got the slides here. Show you a couple of the locations. We obviously know the key spaces where some of the work is going to happen is obviously in City Hall and the old library, which still, being an existing structure, can have a lot of different uses for the time being until, well, in the future, something better or bigger happens with that. There's still use for that site. And most of the relocations are as a result of the construction of the second floor library work. That gives us a significant amount of open space in the third floor that can be better utilized by bringing people that are outside of City Hall into City Hall. It's going to save some money actually on payments the city makes on leases for some of those spaces, and it will bring people together in a more cohesive manner. So what you'll see is that code compliance is moving to the first floor, and a lot of the areas we're minimizing the amount of work that has to be done. In some area, if it's just only paint, we'll do paint, but no work is being done unless it's extremely or uniquely necessary for the work. And that was a pretty strong instruction by our city manager and the group: do not spend any money unless it is extremely necessary. And that was at the core of the discussion of how this thing was put together. On the second floor, it's pretty much going to stay the same. There's going to be some improvements for Pat and her group in the city clerk's office, as well as on the area close to the Human Resources Department, because people have to go through the main entrance to get to those rooms that you see marked in that color on top. I forgot the name, turquoise color on top. You're going to have, I guess, the third floor is you're going to have the majority of the changes. The finance is going up to the third floor. PRCA, which is outside of City Hall, is coming to City Hall. They obviously are going to be on a diet, but it's a lot more efficient for them because they have a lot more square footage where they are, and this kind of brings them closer together. And then obviously IT will also be on the third floor. And then on the old library, one thing that is a good thing in here is that they're going to have a lot more space for the records and archives. We are presently at the at the addition, how do you call that building? The annex building. And then obviously parking will go there, which will allow for, easy access on the first floor for the residents. And I think that's pretty much it. The rest of the stuff is just the amount of money for the contract, and that's all.
And do we have a time frame of when this is going to start and when it will be finished?
Yeah, about 5 months, as soon as the contract gets routed. And 5 months is just because of the sequencing of moving people around. First work is going to happen on the third floor because it's the empty space. And then we'll start moving people, relocating and fixing. And so about 5 months, I think that if we can get this moving with the contract and all the execution and start doing some of the work in December will probably be great, because it's the time where you have more availability of spaces and people are out. So I think where's my PM? Like 5 months is the time we have allocated on the contract. 150 days per contract.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
We have a motion from Commissioner Clary and a second from.
And then one last comment I'll make, which
Item
is
12.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I jumped in on your.
No, go ahead.
So the other items that I know our department is working on, and you're going to be seeing an item coming in, is for the design services for the demolition of the annex building. So that'll be coming to you so that we can kind of design that and get it ready for demolition as soon as everything gets cleaned up. So that's being on the works right now.
Great. All right, looking forward to it. Motion and a second to approve item 12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, team. Thank you, Commissioner Coleri. All right, let's go back to the agenda with item 30. Presentation by our fire chief, showcasing fire rescue's drone deployed personal flotation device and Cobra cold cut system, and electrical vehicle firefighting apparatus. But Chief, I want to thank you. I know that some of us saw, and obviously you and the department deployed to Hollywood Beach yesterday when there was a fire in the penthouse of a high-rise on Hollywood Beach, 11th floor or so, roughly. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that. I did notice that the fire truck was positioned east of the building, by the way.
Yes,
following up on a previous discussion. But Chief, welcome.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, City Manager. So before we start our tongue twister of a title today, yes, we had a 3-alarm fire about 5:30 yesterday afternoon on the beach at the Edgewood Towers. It came in as multiple calls were received as smoke and flames, showing from the 12th floor penthouse. Our units arrived within a few minutes, fire stations down the block, and we did have, in fact, heavy black smoke showing from the northeast corner of the building on the ocean side. From the penthouse. Fortunately, our brothers and sisters from HPD were on scene helping to evacuate the building. Fire alarms going off. Most of the people were self-evacuated out of the building. We did have to assist one elderly resident out of the building and take her to the hospital for some smoke inhalation. The resident did evacuate, fortunately. The fire was contained to the single apartment. It was, again, the corner penthouse on the 12th floor. We were able to isolate the power to the 11th and 12th floor and allow everybody on the 10th through 1st back into their building after the investigation was concluded. In speaking with the fire marshal's office this morning, we did have to call out the state fire marshal's office, and its preliminary cause is isolated to the kitchen area, and it looks like the resident might have had too many portable appliances plugged into one electrical outlet in the kitchen that caused a possible electrical short. That will be finalized by the state. But that is the preliminary cause at this point. We did have one police officer that suffered smoke inhalation. We did have one firefighter that, one firefighter that suffered heat exhaustion. And again, that one resident that was transported to the hospital with smoke inhalation, all are fine, and they should be expected to have a full recovery.
Well, thank you, Chief, for that response. I will just say, and I see your public information officer right there, but if that is obviously a fire risk of plugging too many portable appliances in the kitchen, a lot of us have an air fryer, a toaster, or what have you on the kitchen counter. Maybe there could be some public information videos done to share on what best practices ought to be and how people should be aware of how much is too many, whatever the way in which we can educate people. I know I'm curious now myself to learn, am I overloading a circuit or not? So without really getting a PSA, I wouldn't know
Absolutely.
how to make of it unless I asked ChatGPT.
We'll certainly work on a PSA for that. I will say if you have 2 outlets in your kitchen, 2 appliances plugged in, you're pretty safe as long as they're not running at the same time and you're overloading the circuits. But generally, you're safe when it comes to that. I don't know how many appliances that this individual had that they considered too many, but that is the preliminary cause from the fire marshal's office.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Schindler, did you have anything on this, or go ahead?
Well, I first, of course, just wanted to reiterate my thanks to fire department, police department. I mean, it was just, it was an amazing display of power, I will say, and grateful to our neighbors neighboring cities who came to help. But I had asked you before, I've gotten a couple questions, and I thought this might be a good opportunity for you to clear this up. On taller buildings. So obviously, we don't have ladder trucks that go up 20 stories. So can you just give us a very brief explanation, if hypothetically that had happened in a building on the 20th floor, what's the procedure?
Yes, that's good. Yes, Commissioner. So as we discussed, our fire trucks are our ladder trucks are 100-foot ladders. Doesn't mean we can reach up 100 feet. We got to take into consideration the distance from the building, where the setbacks are, and how far up we can get. So yesterday we were able to put up our ladder truck, and it ideally got to the 8th floor, which is good. We were able to use the nozzle at the tip of that aerial to help darken down that fire before firefighters were able to get up there. In these larger buildings, there are no ladder trucks in the states that can reach to the tallest buildings. We have buildings upwards of 20+ stories in the city. You go to downtown Miami, they're building proposed up to 50-story buildings. You look at New York City, 100-story buildings. And these buildings are constructed with pressurized stairwells, concrete stairwells, and elevator shafts. There is elevator control systems in there that the firefighters can operate, and we did that yesterday as well. We have a firefighter that's stationed in the elevator. When the fire alarm goes off, the elevators come down to the 1st floor and open up to make sure that the occupants aren't using it, because we don't want someone to get trapped in an elevator if something should happen. We do have an override key for the fire departments, and this is normal across the entire country. We have an override key that we can operate these elevators. If it's safe to do so, we will put a firefighter in those elevators, and generally we will take the elevators to 2 floors below the fire, and we will shuttle firefighters up and down those. If there are people that need to be rescued, again, they'll come down that. Ideally, we want to bring people down the stairwells. But a lot of these new modern buildings, depending on where the fire is located, we can shelter in place. These new modern buildings are designed for residents to shelter in place. And when firefighters go into these buildings, yesterday was on the 12th floor, if there were residents that were on the 7th or 8th floor that were not affected by smoke, if they didn't evacuate, we would consider them to shelter in place if they couldn't evacuate. So those are some of the things that we take into consideration when we go to high-rise fires. Just, again, educating the public that just because we have a ladder truck doesn't mean we can reach the tallest buildings.
Right. And I mean, I guess just simplest terms, in low building fires, the source of the fire suppression, the water or foam or whatever, is being provided from the exterior of the building, whereas in the taller buildings, that is provided as a part of the building itself.
Correct.
I think that's what, we just want to make it simple for people to say that you don't need a ladder truck because all of that fire suppression capacity is coming from within the structure.
So yes, in the new modern buildings, when I say modern buildings, built in the last 20, 30 years or so, these buildings have fire suppression systems integrated into them. And in fact, this building, I believe, was built in the 70s. It has a fire standpipe in it. So what we did is we hook up our trucks to the bottom of it, and we pump water up the standpipe, and we can connect to the standpipes on the upper floors to safely to use as basically a fire hydrant.
Fantastic. Thank you again, and please thank
you.
your whole team for us.
Thank you.
And now on to regularly scheduled program.
So what we're here for. So the city of Hollywood is fortunate to be one of the firsts of two, what we're bringing to your attention today is 2 firsts for not just South Florida, but predominantly the entire state of Florida. So when I first got hired here, the city manager brought to my attention that he had seen something on TV of a drone that's able to drop a flotation device to somebody that was in distress. We did do some research, and we were able to find a device that integrates into our new drone technology that we have. We're fortunate enough to have 5 or 6 drones here in the fire department and the Ocean Rescue Division that we were able to outfit with a flotation or a mechanism that can drop a flotation device. So we are the only ones, were the only ones in the state of Florida that has this drone with that device that can drop a flotation device. And when that flotation device hits the water, it expands and inflates for that individual that's in distress until we can get a lifeguard out to them. Or if the lifeguards were off duty, or if it was in another body of water, we can certainly get a flotation device to these individuals that are in distress, whether it's in a lake, a canal, somewhere out further out in the ocean to where it's taking the lifeguard to get further out to. We can certainly get a flotation device to them sooner and before someone gets out there. So we're fortunate enough to have this. We were the only ones up until recently in the state of Florida that had this device. Another city on the West Coast has since followed us, and they did a media blitz on it after we did. But Chief Guernsey is going to go ahead and explain that. But the other device that we're going to explain to also is we are the only ones in the state of Florida that have this device for electrical vehicle fires. And it's parked outside. Both devices are outside on the patio and outside if you want to take a look at it. But we have a short PowerPoint. But we have this vehicle. It's on a pickup truck. It's called the Cold Cut Cobra unit. And basically, it's a high-powered pressure washer, it looks like. But it can penetrate the battery cells in these EV fires to prevent that thermal runaway of what's causing these fires these vehicle fires to sustain fire for a long time, where it's taking copious amounts of water, and sometimes it's taken it even submerged vehicles. And we had one in the Intercoastal that was submerged, and it was still burning underwater. So this device will allow us to penetrate those battery cells to get water into that quickly. So Chief Guernsey is going to go through the PowerPoint presentation on both the drones and this device. And if you want the opportunity, they're both outside for your pleasure.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. This has been a project in the making. We've been doing both of these simultaneously at the same time to get them rolled out and out to the public for use. This is something that I work with a great team in special operations. They really made this happen. I went to them with it after the city manager had the conversation with the chief and came up with this, we thought was a crazy idea, but it turned out, it worked out pretty good. If you've seen it on TV already, you know, we've already had Channel 7, Channel 10, and all them out there to film it. This is a short presentation, just a few slides. There it is. Okay. The purpose, this was not to replace our lifeguards. Our lifeguards, we have some world-class athletes that we have here. This was to only assist them in certain situations and also to assist us in the after hours when we, you know, most of us are not lifeguards or the best of swimmers, but we do have to make the rescue. This was to help to assist us and get by that person time until a rescuer can get to them. We have five of our drones currently in the city of Hollywood. We have 4 in service, one on downtown at our Fire Station 5, one on a hazmat truck, and we have currently 2 at beach safety. We are currently putting all our pilots through 107, Part 107 through the FAA program, and also currently coming up with a program from the city, because this is something new that nobody's done before. So we just want to make sure that we do it right, because there's already a lot of people that are calling and asking what we're doing with this and how we're doing it. So we're just trying to develop that regionally and have it expand so it's all done right. The deployment method is we've actually raced our lifeguards with this. They're pretty fast. You know, by the time we get it out of the box and get it in the air, we're pretty close. But in the situation to where somebody's far offshore to where we can't get to them, the drone's ultimately going to be our saving grace. The rapid response, like I said, we were able to get this up in the air within minutes, take off, and just as we can fly up to a mile, depending on line of sight, we might even be able to go further than that. And depending on wind conditions, usually 25 to 30 mile an hour gusts, which is pretty significant when you stand out there, because on a daily basis, we usually are 15, 20 miles an hour this time of year, and it feels like a lot of wind, but it does a great job with that. They also have great cameras on them. So in the case of search and rescue, we have a thermal camera on there. So if it's nighttime, we're able to identify a potential victim through the thermal camera, you know, toward the eye couldn't see. Here's the demonstration. You'll see we use one of our lifeguards as a victim out there. We deployed a lifeguard and the drone at the same time. You can see the PFD floating down below the drone. Now, as this hits the water, it automatically inflates. And if that didn't work or failed for any reason, there's a manual pull on it. So it's backed up to where they're able to use it no matter what.
Very cool, very cool. Let's see that again.
Yeah. You gotta go back. We also have some more footage of this. I also have some footage from the fire last night as well. I don't have that up to queue to show you, but we'll get that to you guys. But that's within seconds. We can get it out there and make that happen. So.
And how are you deploying, the 5 or 6 drones that we have? How many of them have this? And does Hollywood Police potentially have one as well in case they're there?
We do train with the police department as well. They do not have this capability at this time, but we are working to all have that same capability coming up. Like I said, we were one of the first ones to do it, and we wanted to make sure it works well. We wanted to integrate that with Ocean Rescue, which they've done a phenomenal job. And we're just getting everybody through the pilots program and through all the training to get everybody out there and have it deployed. But like I said, right now we have 4 of them out there, 2 at Beach Safety, 1 in our downtown station, and 1 on the hazmat truck.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Good eye, George. I once saw a video of a remote controlled boat, for lack of a better word. It was like a little catamaran that zoomed out from the shoreline to the person in distress. Obviously, this is a better, more surf-proof way to get to that person through drones, and so
We actually demoed those, and the only problem with those is once it got rough, it was a little hard to
gotcha.
find the victim and
Get out and find the victim.
Any questions on that?
No, I think we all love it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next, we have the Cobra Cold Cut system. As Chief said, we are one of the first in the state and also in the nation to have this to help combat the EV fires. Europe has been using this for years now to fight traditional house fires. It's a little bit of a different tactic from what we do. So it's going to take some time for us to adapt that into our procedures and a way of fighting fires here in the States. But it is definitely a solution that like we found to combat the EV fires. If most of you don't know, most EV cars, if you look underneath them, they're completely flat, and that's the battery encasement, and that's on a steel structure that holds all of those batteries in. It's usually the length of the car. And when this all started, we would get these calls, and we'd end up on that fire for hours, thousands of gallons of water, and we could not get them out because we could not stop that chain reaction. With this, we're able to use a thermal imaging camera and actually find exactly where that chain reaction is taking place and stop it by penetrating that battery case in a safe manner. And it helps keep our firefighters safe by keeping them away from it, where we don't have to actually open the door to get to it. This will actually penetrate exactly where we need to go. So, like I said, it enhances the firefighter safety. It keeps them away from it. It keeps them out of the gases. A lot of these fires produce a lot of toxic gases that we do not want to be around. I mean, not that a regular car fire doesn't produce a lot of toxic. Everything has plastic in it nowadays. Well, these actually make hydrogen fluoride and some other real dangerous gases that we do not want to breathe in. So, like I said, we will be getting into the residential aspect of it. It's a great tool without having to, and this is in the case of like yesterday, if there's nobody occupied in that structure, we're able to bore a 1/4-inch hole in a door and put water in a building without causing minimal damage and, reducing those temperatures to make an effective rescue. When we received this, we weren't sure what we were going to do with it, whether we were going to place on one of our fire engines or whatnot. We came up with the idea to put it on our high water pickup truck in the event we got in a situation with the high water. Obviously, that's been a topic of concern lately with all the flooding. And then also to be able to access parking garages. You notice a lot of the parking garages and the high rises going up, they're all adding the chargers. And that's a big concern for us because we're not able to get our, not that we would take our fire trucks in there, but in that case, we need to be able to get in there and actually
stop that fire. I don't know if everybody's seen the parking garage in Dallas, Texas. We don't want that to happen. So this was our answer to that, trying to stay proactive. And you'll see a demonstration here. This is Captain Ganguza and Training Officer Juan Ruiz. They're going to deploy it, and it goes just this fast. They're able to pull it out when they get on scene, and you also see him with the thermal imaging camera as he goes up to the vehicle to identify the hot spot. Now, this doesn't only shoot water, it actually adds an aggregate to it. So if anybody's ever seen a Jersey barrier and how thick concrete is, we went right through that in less than 2 minutes. So with all the tilt wall construction, if we're not able to get to a door or a window frame, we're able to go right through it. And it's almost instant on most building materials. It literally takes seconds and we're through. And as soon as you see that water stop, it goes right through the steel. So this one was almost instant, so you can even see the transition of it, but there's a lot of water going in there all at one time. And that's without even using the aggregate. That's just water pressure, and the nozzle that's on that is specifically designed for that.
I bet you could do a driveway real quick with that thing. Public Works, what's going on? No, it would be a hazard for sure.
Yeah, definitely got to be careful. This is not one you want to hit your foot with, that's for sure. Above 4,000, so it's around 4,200, depending on a few things. But yeah, it's
would not be good on skin.
No, it's not. This one, in this demo, you can see them actually getting on a vehicle, and you see how fast it penetrates the vehicle.
Wow.
So he's already through instantly with that because it is just a sheet metal. So even with the battery encasement, it takes less than 5 seconds, and we're in there. So
if the battery's on fire, is the firefighter? I mean, you first kind of control the fire and obviously be able to have him, 2 to 3 feet away from battery.
Yes, true. We traditionally cool the car down and then be able to get in there to be able to find the hotspot with the thermal imaging camera and actually help break that chain reaction so that thermal runaway doesn't keep occurring. And that's been the problem that we've been trying to combat, because even, like Chief said, even when we had the one at the boat ramp, it was underwater burning, and it's just because that's what we were doing before, just dumping copious amounts of water, but it was never penetrating the battery, which is what we need to do in order to stop that.
So I just saw a statistic just for sales of vehicles in South Florida, and I think it was somewhere between 15 and 20% of new vehicles sold in the South Florida market were some type of electric, either hybrid or fully battery electric. So,
right, and this is going to be a problem that grows in the future. The sheer number of electric vehicles on the road today are in this region are way more than
multiplying pretty quick.
So, and as they get older, it's going to present other challenges, especially with the flood waters and everything else, So,
all right. Chief, in this same respect, if there needs to be a PSA with regards to people who own or encounter electric cars that are on fire, then any kind of tips for that, maybe it's just good to be aware.
Yeah, we'll create PSAs for both. So, any questions on this before we move on? Both, if you'd like, and if you want to take a break. The drone is out here on the patio. We can show the demonstration of how to drop it, and at the base of the stairs is that cold cut Cobra unit. It's at the.
Yeah, why don't we do that? 5-minute break, and we can step out of the door right here, I think.
Yes.
Right?
Yep, we have it set up right there.
All right, 5-minute recess. We all know how. Get back to attention. All right, thank you all. Thank you to Fire Chief Levy and the fire rescue for demonstrating the drone and also the electric battery vehicle apparatus there. Very impressive and bound to help resolve emergencies quicker and in a safer manner for sure. So thank you for that. All right, let's go on now to item 31. Stephanie Roche has been with us during the whole meeting, but she's here now to present an update on the Broward County Sand Bypass project and provide us with the status. I know she's excited, Chris, about bringing the status because we're getting somewhere now.
Yes, and we had a little bit of a
Chris
preview.
Roschek, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, City Commission. So yes, we had a little bit of a preview of the last commission meeting, so I'm pleased to welcome Stephanie back to give us an update on the Sand Bypass project.
What is that, the Sahara Desert there? What's going on over there in that image, in the point of Americas? There's all the sand, everybody.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Nice to see you again. Stephanie Roach, Beach Program Manager with Broward County. As you said, I'm very excited today to provide an update on our very long-awaited sand bypass project at Port Everglades. Very excited to share that things are finally happening. Our dredge contractor is in Fort Lauderdale. They are set to begin work this week. So I'm very excited to provide you with an update and explain some of the benefits that this project will bring to the city of Hollywood. A little bit of project background for those of you who are newer than 30 years with this project. So this project does reflect over 30 years of design, planning, and permitting. We're so grateful to the permitting agencies from the federal side and the state side, and also to our consultants who have been working so diligently on this project to finally bring it to fruition. We have gone through very rigorous modeling and coordination with those state and federal permitting agencies. So we're very excited to finally bring this project to you. We expected to go to construction last year in 2024, but due to the federal listing of the Queen Conch, we experienced project delays. But we worked through that with our federal and state partners and are proud to finally get the project kicking off. There has been several design considerations and input from the public throughout this process. Our consultants and previous county staff worked with nearby buildings, including Points of Americas and their neighbors, and the cities to really come up with the most environmentally preferred strategy for beach management in this area. So we're so proud of this design and really looking forward to the benefits that it's going to bring to the area. Most importantly, most significantly, this project is going to provide 50% of the sand needs for southern beaches. So the beach just directly south of the Port Everglades Inlet is our state park beach. That beach experiences the highest erosion rate in Broward County. So that beach will definitely benefit. And then thanks to a longshore drift of sand from north to south, your beaches here in Hollywood will also benefit greatly from this project and all of the sand that will be moving onto the beach eventually with the completion of the project. So a very quick project overview. You can see the project schematic there. There are multiple construction components to this project. I'll get to that in a second. Several pre-construction activities, including coral relocation. I mentioned Queen Conch relocation, which have all been completed, followed by 4 construction phases, including dredging of the sand trap and rubble shoal removal, which you can see in the blue and yellow areas in the graphic on your screen. We'll be doing some North Jetty improvements highlighted in red on your screen. We'll be constructing some reef mitigation a little bit further to the north of this area, not pictured on the map. Rubble clearing also in the future. And then once the whole project is completed, we'll have post-construction monitoring and then future maintenance events, which is going to be your direct benefit. So roughly 2 to 4 years after project completion, which we're anticipating roughly in 2027. So 2 to 4 years after that is when our first maintenance event will be occurring. And that's when we'll be placing sand on that state park beach directly to the south of the sand trap area. And you can see that highlighted in the teal color on the graphic. So project timeline, this is just a very high-level overview of our timeline. So we completed all of the pre-construction work that was to be done. We are currently starting the dredging 1 phase, which we anticipate to occur between October of this year and June of next year. Dredging will pause from July to September for coral spawning per our federal and state permits. We'll be conducting jetty work from approximately December of this year until September of next year, so a small overlap with our construction, followed by some additional dredging late next year. Reef mitigation is planned for summer of 2026, and then rubble clearing is the final stage in 2027. So just to highlight the environmental protections and monitoring for this project, again, this is the environmentally preferred strategy for beach management here. This is going to greatly reduce our reliance on those large-scale beach projects. It's going to be a lot less disruptive to both our nearshore environment out in the water and also to neighborhoods who are used to experiencing frequent truck haul projects with sand coming through their neighborhoods and then beach closures for sometimes weeks or months at a time. I'll talk about future maintenance events in just a second. I'm getting ahead of myself. Back to the environmental protections. So I mentioned coral relocation and queen conch relocation from that sand trap area. We'll be conducting seagrass surveys of the area as well. Daily water quality monitoring will be taking place during construction to monitor that. The contractor will have sea turtle and manatee observers on board at all times during dredging operations. And we'll also have ongoing coral, sediment, and conch surveys in our mixing zone, which extends a little bit beyond that direct project area. Okay, so looking ahead to the future, as I mentioned, maintenance events will occur every 2 to 4 years once the project is complete. We'll be harvesting the sand and placing it south of the inlet. These will be mechanical dredge projects, and we estimate just 45 to 90 days in duration for those projects. So you're all probably familiar with traditional beach nourishment projects by now. Those projects can last sometimes months. Sometimes they last into multiple seasons if the contractor can't get finished in our sea turtle off-season in time. So this 45 to 90 days is really a great reduction in that disruption. So we're really looking forward to providing this benefit to your beaches. We'll have ongoing permit-required environmental monitoring after the project is completed. And again, just to reiterate and to highlight the significance of this project, it's going to provide 50% of the sand needs for our southern beaches in Segment 3, including Hollywood. This is not your area. This is a photo of a recent South Boca Raton event. So they had a maintenance dredging event up in Boca. So just to demonstrate what some of the equipment might look like from one of your police drones if you're deploying it over our area. Happy to provide updated pictures as we continue with construction for you all. I'm happy to answer any questions, but again, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide this project update, and we're so excited to bring this project to Broward and to the City of Hollywood.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it. Commissioner Shuham?
Stephanie, I just want to say thank you and so grateful for the county's tenacity to stick with this thing for all these decades. I've told the story before that our former president of the Hollywood Beach Civic Association, who recently retired, was not certain this would happen in his lifetime. So I've shared with him that he made it. One question, when we get these beach renourishments, the sand is coming from like the Lake Okeechobee area or something like that. And people that have lived here their whole life say that even though it meets the specifications for the sand, it doesn't feel like what they remember as kids. So over time, will the feel of the sand on Hollywood Beach eventually revert back to its original consistency and color?
That's a great question, Commissioner. I'd like to run that by our consultants to really get a better answer for you. I think it's been a long time since any beach in Florida has had its own natural sand because so many beaches in Florida have been renourished either using offshore sand or using that upland sand that you described. So I'd like to circle back with you after speaking to our consultant. I think it's difficult to answer again because so many beaches have been artificially nourished.
Right, so it's just artificial sand that we're harvesting, probably.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Yeah, Commissioner Shuham, the granular size of the sand, it's what it's missing. And the sand in the middle of the state, even though it's a limeless silica sand, which is what they're putting on the beach, does not have that size granular on it, because if it did, we would have to dredge so many more tons in order to meet those gradations. So you get the fines as well as the coarse sand, which is what it's missing from the beach.
Stephanie, question for you. Obviously, as the pit fills with sand every 2 to 4 years, we'll be replenishing. And what's the cubic yards of the pit in terms of like the potential, if it gets quote unquote filled up roughly? I know because the nourishments that we have, the large scale ones could be like, I think between 50 and 100 or a little bit 1,000 cubic yards. Or so this would be, I know it's not intended to replace completely the large scale nourishments, right? But rather provide, an ongoing supply. Is that correct, right?
Correct, Mayor. So thank you for your question. The sand trap itself will hold about 50,000 cubic yards of sand. I really appreciate your question, and thank you for the reminder to bring it back into perspective. So this project is meant to augment those typical nourishments, any hotspot nourishments. If we get a storm, obviously we'll need to do some hotspot nourishing. With that, we still have our partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So if there's any funding availability from the federal government, we'll be partnering with them to still bring sand into Hollywood, into our Segment 3 areas. So this project is really meant to augment those activities and to make sure that we have a consistent, reliable, local source of sand coming from right here in Broward.
At the ready. Last question is, with the initial, say, 50,000 cubic yards that you'll be removing to create the pit in the first place in the next few years, what's the destination for that excavated sand?
The sand that's currently being
Dredged sand, yeah.
The sand that's currently being dredged to create the initial sand trap will be disposed of offshore in the ocean dredged material disposal site, which is about 3 nautical miles offshore.
And I guess that was a requirement for some reason why it couldn't just be relocated, to Segment 3?
Unfortunately, it was a cost limitation for the county. Placing that sand on the beach would have been too high of a cost. So we decided to dispose of it offshore instead.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. I appreciate your time. All right. We continue to support the endeavor. And certainly it's one that will benefit the city of Hollywood, considering we have about 7 miles of coastline. That includes the state park. All right. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you, Stephanie. All right. Item 32, ladies and gentlemen, is a resolution of the City Commission, City of Hollywood, committing a local government contribution in the form of a $640,000 loan for the affordable housing development known as Hillcrest Village to allow the development to qualify for a local government area of opportunity designation as part of an application to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation for low-income housing tax credits, and authorizing the city to execute all documents necessary to effectuate the intent of the resolution. Thank you, Ryan, for being here. For any questions, Pat, are there any speaker cards on item 32? If it's Ann Ralston, I'm going to ask Ryan to make a presentation. I just figured. All right, Ryan, why don't you give Ms. Ralston an overview of what this is real quick?
Sure. Ryan Coot, Community Development Division. So this local government contribution has become a standard part of the applications now because it increases the applicant's competitiveness for the 9% tax credit. Right, the 9% is really that's the key, because that can fund up to 70% of the development. What this shows by approving this, it shows that there's a connection with the local community, which allows the Florida Housing Finance Corporation to have more confidence in the application going forward, because there's already the groundwork laid and government supports the application through this endeavor.
Thank you. Public speakers, Ann Ralston, please come on up.
If this is a loan, when do they pay it back? Is there going to be interest charged? Does any developer get to apply for this? Because we seem to be having a lot of developers putting in affordable housing. So does that mean the city or Ryan's department is just going to start loaning all these people money to be able to qualify for other things? Because once a door is opened, it seemed anybody can walk through. So those are my concerns.
So Ryan, if you'd like to just please talk about the repayment period, interest rate. Obviously, it's a low interest rate because we're supporting affordable housing. And we have the ILA to provide funds, so go ahead.
So this is a very low interest rate, and it's 20 years repayment. So in 20 years, the loan does come due for this loan. So it's actually a safe investment for the city because this is contingent on them actually being awarded. And if they're awarded, it's a $640,000 contribution that's repaid back to the city in 20 years to provide much needed affordable housing. This development has already come, it's structured, it's in place, everything is ready to go, just to have to submit an application. So we do have a structured process in place by which we vet and review these developers before they come to the table to request this kind of funding.
Yeah, I'll just mention, and that the federal government and through their tax credit program that's filtered through the state and the housing corporation are the entities that put the most financial support toward affordable housing. Obviously, the county also has their trust fund where they supplement county dollars for qualifying applicants. And this $640,000 represents the city's financial commitment to help support this public necessity of affordability, in this case, in the form of a loan. And so, obviously, dollars that are put to good use, and it's our part as part of a governmental layered process to help make this happen for people. Otherwise, it doesn't happen.
Correct.
So that's it, Commissioner Biederman.
If it wasn't already said, it's CDBG money or ILA money?
This money is actually ILA money that we'll be providing them, yes.
All right. Is that a motion, Commissioner Biederman? Motion to approve from Commissioner Biederman, second from Vice Mayor Quintana. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. All right, item 33 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city to issue a blanket purchase agreement with Waste Management, Inc. of Florida and Ponzarello MRF LLC and Coastal Waste Recycling, Inc. for processing and disposal for recycling yard waste, bulk waste, and commingled waste in an amount up to $2 million for an initial 5-year period with an optional 3-year renewal. Just for obviously for the information of the public, we did receive a corrected resolution with some clarified language and corrected language in the resolution. So that's on the dais for us, and I'd like to invite Public Works. I see Joseph Kroll here. Joseph, appreciate all your work on this. Go ahead.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. Joseph Kroll, Director of Public Works. The item before you this afternoon is for disposal and processing of the city's recycle waste, bulk waste, yard waste, and commingle waste. Whoops. Okay. Got it. So I wanted to go over current operations right now so there's no confusion of what this item is about. So currently, Waste Pro is our contractor that picks up and brings all our solid waste, recycle, and bulk waste to the disposal sites. That's a 4-year contract that's still left, and they're going to continue to do that service for the city. Waste Connection is our disposal site right now for solid waste and yard waste and the bulk waste, okay? And that contract for the solid waste is going to stay intact for another 4 years as well. So we put this bid out, and we had 4 people that bid it: Panzarella, Coastal Waste, Waste Management, and Hands-On Development. Out of those 4, Hands-On Development was disqualified because they didn't have a disposal site in the county at all. So we disqualified them. So this is a breakdown of the cost of all the different disposals. So you can see where the recycling came in at 108, 109, and 150 ton, and pretty much the yard bulk and commingled all were pretty flat and pretty close. So what Procurement and Public Works are recommending is a primary and a secondary disposal site. So for recycling, Coastal Waste will be the primary and Waste Management will be the secondary, and it's at $108 a ton, which is from $150 a ton. So we got a pretty good savings there, about $240,000 a year just on the recycling. And then Panzarello would be the primary, and Coastal will be the secondary for the yard bulk and the commingled waste. There's a slight reduction in those costs as well. The term of the contract is 5 years, and then we have 1 3-year renewal. I did a little snapshot of surrounding agencies of what they're currently paying for their disposal, just to compare what we got on our bid process, and we did pretty well and pretty close to what they have, but we got a pretty good savings out of that. So one highlight I just wanted to bring your attention, when we put these bids out, we wanted to make sure that we were being as sustainable as we could with our products. It just weren't going anywhere. And so we stressed to the people that were bidding, we needed to get reports. We wanted to know if they were going to, reuse these products, what was actually going to landfill and not going to the landfill. And so and they're here today too, that they're going to answer any questions that you have. And monthly reports, and then also to making sure that they keep track of our trucks, our tonnage. I'm getting my report so I can report back to let you know where the materials are going and how much that we're bringing in there for the recycling. So I have Coastal and Panzarella are here if there's any questions that you want to ask them.
Thank you, Joseph. Let's go to Commissioner Biederman.
Thank you, Mayor. While I have concerns, I get it. Let's save some money. And hopefully it'll trickle down to dropping our $48 a month fee to $47 a month fee to our residents. And it's nice to see it's not just the nationwide companies that are winning bids. It's like a local company like Panzarella. Did I get that name right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm open. I want to hear more discussion, but my concern is the amount of carbon being emitted into the air by the extra distance. And I know we had this discussion. I'm just bringing it out for discussion because right now it goes to Pembroke Park. Now we're talking about taking it like 2 or 3 times as far to Pompano or Deerfield. And it's just going to add more pollution to the air. I don't know if that outweighs the extra stuff that we're going to be recycling. I get the savings. I'm all for savings. I'm also for being more efficient. And we just added another efficiency officer to the city of Hollywood that we're advertising for. I don't know how efficient this may or may not be.
As we discussed in the one-on-ones, even though it's 15 or 20-minute drive time extra, the wait time at the current locations that we're dumping, sometimes you're there 45, 50 minutes. Trucks are idle and waiting to dump. So we're gonna realize trucks getting back into service much faster.
We're hoping. And what is the contingency plan if that starts to bottleneck or we hit traffic and residents are calling up more often because the trucks, and then the excuse is, well, our trucks have to drive all the way to Pompano Beach, and then they have to hit traffic and come back, and we couldn't finish the neighborhood. That kind of stuff that we hear now, that sometimes they skip recycling or yard waste because they can't complete a neighborhood. So is there a contingency in place? Are we going to force Waste Pro to put an extra truck on the road so that we can, or whoever the subcontractor is, so that we are clearing neighborhoods? When a resident puts out their garbage late or something like that, they get code enforcement fined or a warning. But when Waste Pro doesn't pick up garbage and it stays out there for an extra 2 or 3 days, sometimes in isolated instances, I'm not trying to berate or cast stones, but sometimes there's blocks that are skipped on a regular basis. I don't want to see that happen more often because we're driving further. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. We've been in conversation with both, and we're going to, deal with it as time goes. But I don't see an issue with this at all, especially when we get there. It's going to be able to empty the truck out fast.
We hope.
There's no wait time. The way that they have it set up.
Okay.
And if we need to put an extra truck, we've talked with Waste Pro about that. So we're going to work this together to make it work.
And we don't have an estimate on the increased pollution and carbon?
Not off the top of my head right now, no.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Shuham.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Biederman, thank you for that thoughtfulness on carbon emissions. But I think, Joseph, you were telling me there would be, and maybe you mentioned it, a reduction in the wait time at the transfer station or something like that that would offset, if I'm understanding. Can you touch on that?
Yes, the wait time, and I can have the vendor come up to explain it too if you'd like.
Okay. I mean, just talking specifically with regard to the emissions.
If it's 15 minutes to get extra, they get in, they dump, they just leave and come back. Where now, we get in, you're in line with trucks. Many people are using it. The wait time varies.
So by driving further, we're avoiding the need to wait?
To dump, yes.
Okay. That's what you would explain to me, so I just want to. And then my only other point that I wanted to, and you and I spoke about this, is all of us up here know that the county's working very hard and the Solid Waste Authority is working very hard on a countywide treatment of our garbage and solid waste. And so can you just confirm for the commission that all of these agreements would be subject to any change at the county level?
So actually, Commissioner, I worked with Joseph and the ACM who oversees Public Works, and what we've done is revise the resolution to include the provision that there is a 60-day termination for convenience that will be included in all of these agreements. It is my understanding that Joseph has spoken with the vendors and they are all on board with that, but in any event, for anyone who may not be, any agreement that did not include that would have to come back to the commission.
Okay, great. So it's not even tied to the Solid Waste Authority. It's just a 60-day without cause termination.
Correct. A termination for convenience. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, is that a motion to approve, Commissioner Shuham? All right, we have a motion to approve and a second from, excuse me for a minute. A second from? Me. Vice Mayor Quintana. All right, do we have speaker cards on this one? Let's go ahead to item 33, speaker cards. All right, let's go ahead and hear from two folks from Waste Management, Mike DeClerc and Andres Linomes Cruz. And I've gotten some other cards here. If you'd like to speak, please fill out a card. Go ahead, sir.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Andres Limones Cruz. I'm with WM, and I will address a couple of the concerns from the Commissioner. I'm here today to respectfully ask you to reconsider the award recommendation for the recycling portion. There are critical facts that deserve a second look that will impact, like it was mentioned, efficiency, cost, and environmental integrity. First, the company you're considering for the primary processing does not currently have an operational facility. Well, they project on opening it on 2026. We all know there are delays on construction. Awarding the contract based on a facility that doesn't exist introduces unnecessary risks to the city and to the residents. It may be an oversight, but your own IFB language clearly says that the facility needs to be operational by the start of the contract. Second, the proposal lacks clarity. What they mention on sending the materials to the Broward MRF, there's no detailed plan on how the materials are going to be marketed and recycled, which raises concerns on transparency and accountability. Additionally, they did not list any city as a potential reference for the specific item, the recycling. Third, and this is in contrast, we have our assets ready, strategically located, to support your hauler's efficiency. One of our facilities is just 10 miles from City Hall. So you actually avoid all that driving time. They're counting that extra driving time with a facility in Pompano. We have one in Davie that will minimize that. And we have very limited waiting time too. By selecting us, you eliminate the risk of the lack of efficiency, and also you know exactly where we're taking your recyclables. You have peace of mind with that, knowing that we're the leading recycling company in the United States. We recycle and process, marketed 16 million tons of recycled materials nationwide. 1.2 million of these materials were here in Florida. Our existing Broward facility has been servicing since 2000, and we're investing $90 million in a brand-new, the largest and most technologically advanced facility in the United States, right next to the one that we currently have. Additionally, Mike DeClerc here is our director. I don't have the authority, but he can match the $1 difference on pricing, making this a responsible and clear option for the city. Respectfully, I ask the City Commission that you award WM as a primary processor and let Coastal be the secondary once they have their facility operational. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Mike DeClerc, Waste Management, followed by John Casagrande.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mike DeClerc. I'm the Florida Area Director of Recycling Operations for the state of Florida. And I wanted to point out something that's very important here. This is a very close bid. Interestingly, our competitor was exactly $1 per ton under our bid for recycling. But there is a very important cost factor that has not been discussed and does not appear to have been considered, and that's that your contracted hauler has to go significantly farther than our facility to deliver that. And I assume that that cost is going to eventually get passed on to the city, if not immediately. From an efficiency standpoint, I ran some numbers with Google Maps, and mind you, this is at 2:15 in the afternoon with a car. So automatically tack on longer trip times for trucks. And if you're doing it at 4 o'clock, good luck. The facility that we have at 2380 College Avenue in Davie is 10.6 miles from City Hall. That's a 16-minute drive at 2:15 in the afternoon. The future coastal facility that is not open yet but will be is 21.8 road miles away and is a 26-minute drive. So the difference between those two is 22.4 road miles and at least 20 minutes in drive time. And again, it's probably closer to 30 to 45 minutes longer than going to our Davie facility. That's far more than the value of $1 per ton for processing the material. I also want to point out that we've broken ground and are close to finishing a $90 million facility right next to our Rooter facility in Pembroke Pines that's going to open in 2 or 3 months. But we could take your material tomorrow at our Rooter facility. We have the room and the capacity to do that immediately and then move it to the new plant next door when it opens. That facility is on track to begin running material in December, and will process this year at Rooter Recycling, we're going to process and market 220,000 tons. That's number one in WM across the entire country, and this facility that's replacing it is going to have even more capacity. So you know we have room for you, and we can do it very quickly. The WM Recycling South Florida services Broward County, Miami-Dade County, Collier County, and Monroe County. But Hollywood is volume we do not have today that we would love to have as your primary contractor. We are having a sneak peek event in January. We hope you'll all attend it, and you can see with your own eyes that we have the best technology available, the most technologically advanced plant anywhere. This is going to be a centerpiece for our company and for the region, something you can all be very proud of. We believe we should be the primary contractor for the transportation reasons and for the facility. Thank you.
John Casagrande with Coastal. All right, the primary recommendation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. John Casagrande, Coastal Waste and Recycling. We are looking forward to having Hollywood as our recycling customer. Coastal Waste and Recycling is building a new facility in Pompano that will be able to recycle your material as well as all the material in Broward County. First, as far as our competitor, that facility that they're building, 220,000 tons. Your tons are going to be mixed in with what you just heard from 4 different counties. Our goal has always been to be a partner in Broward County and to partner with the Solid Waste Authority. We are only looking to market our tons. Our facility will only process 60,000 tons a year. And it's only going to be for Broward County. Your tons will be able to be set aside. We can do composition studies. We can identify contaminations. We can do a lot with a smaller facility. The facility will be operational Q1. In our proposal, we have a brand-new facility in Lee County where we will transfer the material to while the facility is being built. And like I said, all the material and all the parts are in stock, are on and being built today. We invite you all to come out and visit the facility as it's being built and getting ready to be operational. The waste management facility is in Davie, but that's not where the material is going to be processed. Their processing facility, the one they talked about for $80 million, sits at Highway 27 and Pembroke Road. It's 19 miles from City Hall, and our facility is 21 miles. Okay, so it's only really 2 miles away. If you did Waze, it's stop and go, Pines Boulevard, Hollywood Boulevard 27, or for us, you get Hollywood Boulevard to 95 to Copans Road. The travel time, depending on the time of day, is basically the same. But remember, they're telling you that they're going to bring it to Davie. They have to load it on tractor trailers as well and bring it to their facility. So the carbon footprint is neutral. We look forward to being a part of the Hollywood process. We look forward to having you as our first city customer. And again, we invite you all to come down and visit our facility as it's being built.
Thank you, John. All right, Ann Ralston, final speaker.
Thank you. I'm speaking as a customer of Waste Pro, who's been, I guess, my provider to pick up my garbage and my recycles, which are not being recycled. They throw them in the same truck. Even though I have 2 bins, they leave my cans thrown halfway down an alley, overturned. I've complained before. As a customer, I'd like to see a change. It can't be any worse than what I'm dealing with now as a customer. I'd like someone to truly recycle, as opposed to throwing it in the same truck and claim they're recycling. So I had no intention of speaking on this this item, but as a customer, I don't know how many complaints you get. I know I have complained plenty about the treatment of waste management to its customers. Thank you.
That's Waste Pro, different company. Sorry. Joseph, just for the pleasure of the commission, obviously, Waste Management is here looking to jump from being a secondary on the recycling to a primary, but the procurement department and your department recommended, even though it sounds like price is pretty equal, and from the back and forth, it seems in the end that delivery and processing location is somewhat equal, but maybe you can speak to why one ranked higher than the other for the primary versus the secondary.
I mean, we did visit the sites, and we know it's not quite finished. We like the part where the amount that they're taking, that we're going to know exactly where our stuff is going. We weren't getting charged for any contamination like before, so what it is what they get is what it is. This was a cost bid. It was for costs. It wasn't like an RFP. So we, after looking at everything and speaking with the things that we needed, it satisfied our concerns.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's go to Commissioner Shuham.
Joseph, one question. The point about the time that Waste Pro is taking now, will this change impact the cost of the Waste Pro contract?
No.
Okay. So despite the fact that their trucks have to go further, it goes back to the point that we were making. Time-wise, it'll be similar for them because they won't be waiting at the transfer station. Is that why Waste Pro is amenable to doing this?
And also, too, they're going to utilize their trucks that are up in the Pompano area and work their way down. So they're stationed up there as well.
Okay. So we're not going to be surprised in a month that Waste Pro comes to us with a change.
No.
So Waste Pro's trucks end up in Pompano, is what you're saying? So it's kind of like on the way home?
Yeah, they have a couple different staging areas, so they'll use those trucks out of Pompano.
I got you. Commissioner Clary?
I just want to remind, listen, I know nothing is perfect, and this is what happens when you don't have control and we outsource. But if anyone remembers going back many years ago, this used to be a really big problem that we had with garbage pickup, and you're always going to have complaints. But I have to say, we're all pushing for recyclables, and we heard the comment that Mrs. Ralston made. We hear it from all of our residents, how it's just going to all be gathering, because we don't want people to stop recycling, but there's nothing available, and now we're creating that. And I think that this really shows a great effort on, Joseph, what you're doing and meeting the expectations and the willingness for us to continue to do the right thing. But going back to Waste Pro, I just have to, I would be remiss if I didn't say District 3 back in the day used to be the biggest complainers of Waste Pro beyond. I mean, it was an everyday occurrence. I had a list of all the complaints, and it's leaps and bounds. It's not perfect. Nothing is perfect. But they've definitely made a lot of concessions and willingness to listen to us and work with us, even through very challenging situations. They've gone above and beyond. So just for them, and I think, Annie, with your statement that was just made, they hear you loud and clear, and hopefully things will be changed, and you have to reach out to your commissioners to bring those issues to their awareness so we can help facilitate that as well. But I'm glad that we're moving forward with this. I'm glad there's a motion on the floor, and I think that we're doing the right thing as a city. And Joseph, thank you for guiding it. And so I'm ready to take the vote.
All right, Vice Mayor, we'll close it out.
Joseph, I want to thank you for including the slide that had the picture that illustrated the difference between what happens with our hauler, which is Waste Pro. They're only responsible for picking it up at the curbside. And then what we're doing now is we're talking about what happens, what Waste Pro does with it after they've picked it up. And then also just, I think, we all can agree that there's, like, the whole issue of garbage is more complex than you would think. And that I want you to just reiterate the thing about contamination and how contaminated recycling can have a financial impact, the cost to us and to people who live in Hollywood for contaminated recycling. Do you want to say something about that?
I mean, the goal or the vision that we have is to try to get as much clean recycling as we can, because the less that goes to the landfill, of course, the less, the lower the cost is, and that's the goal, to lower the cost, which can be shared and later on in time with your monthly fee. So,
I've said it many times that in my neighborhood, I see people put all kinds of things into the blue bin. That really, a lot of people in my neighborhood use the blue bin as their
garbage can,
gray bin. They don't know the difference, and they just use it. They just put all the recycling in there. So what happens is when the Waste Pro truck comes, I mean, if you mix in the blue stuff and the gray bin stuff, it's all contaminated. It ends up costing all of us more money. So there's a lot of work for us all to do in understanding why we should care. But I hear the thing about Annie said about the Waste Pro not sorting the stuff out, but there's also a part for us each individually to play in making sure that we put the right stuff in the right bin. And I know your department has been doing a lot of work with the schools to help the kids understand so that they can badger their parents. But there's still a lot more to do, which is going to end up saving us money in the long run. So thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve the resolution as presented and as provided in the corrected information sheet on the dais for item 33, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. Thank you, Joseph and team, and all the partners that we're going to be doing business with for processing and disposal of Hollywood's waste. Thank you all so much.
Mayor, if I can, I just wanted to reinforce and clarify for the record and reinforce what Commissioner Clary said. Over the past year, we were very critical of Waste Pro. Waste Pro has been extremely responsive, and they are a different operator now than they were then, and the service levels are much better, and the complaint levels are a fraction of what they were before. Obviously, always room still to improve, but we're happy to say much better working relationship, much better service delivery, and we even have some recommendations coming forth for contract modifications that'll be better for everybody soon. So that'll be coming back to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I know that Waste Management had taken off as soon as we made our vote, but they still are the secondary provider, by the way. And so, yeah, so you're a secondary, and so if they can't meet the primary requirements, you guys are next in line. And so I don't want you to feel empty-handed. Decision was made as to what the rank was in the procurement, and so we're still doing business, and don't keep your heads down. Well, there's a lot. We're all here for the future.
Yep.
And we appreciate the investment in the facilities that you are making. I think it's critical for the county at this point in time that companies like yours do make the investments that you're making. So I'm happy that you are, and most likely in the future we'll probably end up doing direct business. So it's a long game, not the short game. Thank you. All right, take care. And Panzarella, thank you so much. We're looking forward to you being the primary on yard waste, bulk waste, and commingled. And we appreciate the long-standing presence of your family company for all these decades here in the Hollywood area. Thank you all so much. And Coastal, you're not so bad either. All right.
We love you all.
Secondary on yard, bulk, and commingled, and primary on recycling. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
We have a boxing rink over at the PAL Center if you need. All right. All right. Hey, listen, competition is healthy. And I know it's not easy, Joseph, in the face of all these companies that really want to vie for the business to make selections and not have them to continue to pursue, and advocate for themselves. And so, but thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is not 4:45 yet. I know we have two 4:45 time certain items, but it is 3:45 or so. Item 34 is the last item on the regular agenda. Resolution of the City Commission approving the final ranking for design build firms, authorizing the appropriate city officials to negotiate a Phase 1 design build services agreement with the highest ranked firm, Finfrock Construction LLC, to provide design build services for the Harrison Street Parking Garage Project, the Capital Improvement Project, and authorizing the appropriate city officials to execute the Phase 1 design build services agreement with the highest ranked firm, Finfrock Construction LLC. Jose, when I hear freestanding parking garage, everyone says Finfrock.
Yeah, let's do it.
And lo and behold, they're here, and they sat here since 1 o'clock, and I was watching their faces, and I was like, man, who are these guys? Because now I realize, they're waiting and eager to get out there and build a garage, but go ahead.
They're looking like precast structures. Very good. Good afternoon, everybody. Again, I guess the item today is to, approve the rankings. There's a little bit more work that has to be done as we negotiate with them the agreement and the next steps for the project. But I wanted to give you a little bit of background for, the residents and those who are not really attuned with what we're doing in here. So this is a site that was bought by the city last year, and it's the site located on Harrison Street and South 17th Avenue, right next to the New Arts and Culture Center. The new parking garage is envisioned to have approximately 350 parking garages, contingent on final configuration and design, but we're shooting somewhere in 350, 360. The more we can get, the better. Right now, understanding where we are, what the feedback has been from the community and different elements, we think it might be between 7 to 8 floors. We don't have final, direction and decisions on that, but we think it's going to be within that range. The parking garage itself, and I worked very closely with Jovan, his team, and our group, and all of them to figure out what are the elements that will be included as part of the parking garage. So you'll have parking spaces, you'll have administrative and operational facilities for the parking staff. The parking, we are looking at building it with, the most relevant level of technology and enforcement infrastructure needed for a parking like this. And lastly, with the right level of safety and security elements and sustainability features that are necessary to ensure that this parking is not only safe, but it is also operated efficiently for the public, and that the maintenance and all the other elements of the parking are done correctly. So what we did is we went out and put out a request for qualifications to bring in a design build firms. We were really lucky. I'll tell you, we got 7 statement of qualifications from a lot of really well-qualified firms. I was really impressed with by the amount of companies that were really interested in doing this job, kind of similar to what's happening with the recycling. I told them all, I only have one flower, and one is going to win. We're going to give one flower. So FinFrog was the one that FinFrog came on top. If you see the rankings, FinFrog was number 4. The selection committee was made of people from DCM. We have had people from the CRA district, one of the project managers. We also had people from the parking department, so that we had all the different members that would be involved with the project. FinFrog came on top. They had 2 number 1s, and 1 person voted number 2, so that gives you a 4. And UC Kaufman had obviously the second ranking and QVS. So our recommendation is to move forward with FinFrog. We'll tell you a little bit more about them. They are here if you have any questions from them. But one of the reasons FinFrog came on top and really kind of wowed the team and the selection committee members, they have built over 350 design-build parking garages. That's mainly what they do and what they did as a company, how they grew up. One of the things that is really kind of important and what I think kind of helped a lot in the way that they presented and showed their schedule is that their services are in-house. They have architecture, engineering, they do their own fabrication of the structural members. I think they have 2 facilities, one in Opalaca and another one in somewhere in Orlando. I forget the name. What was it? In Apopka, up north. And they have worked, as you can see in there, I don't have the names for all the projects, but one of the things that was really important to us is not only that they have done a lot of significant parking garages, that they have done a lot of municipal work, and that work also incorporated features that make the parking garages look modern and connected. So the pictures you see in there, they're all different projects they have worked on, as well as the High Rock Cafe. And it shows you that specifically for our project in the downtown area, where it's so close to the new Arts and Culture Center, we want to make sure that we push the envelope as much as we can with the budget we have into designing something that is really going to line up architecturally with what we have there. Yeah, so they did that very well. Their schedule, their team, and this is how they ended up being number 1. And we are recommending that we move forward with them and allow us to negotiate with them.
All right, thank you so much. We have a motion from Commissioner Clary, a second from Vice Mayor Quintana, a third from Commissioner Shuham. Let's get to the queue. Vice Mayor Quintana?
Well, you might have just answered my question already, because I'm sure this will be taken into account, since this is right across the street from the new expanded Art and Culture Center building and that swooping roof and the glass, and it's beautiful, and just not to have the parking garage obstructed in any way was my thought, because we don't want to lose that. So I think you already took that into account.
Thankfully, the swoop is on the north side of the Art and Culture Center, and the parking garage is on the west side.
Okay.
Yes. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But the garage is going to be vertical, and it's going to, I'm sure, be beautiful, all to the extent that we, want to add bells and whistles. But Commissioner Shuham?
Thank you. I'm excited to work with FinFrog. The work that they've done is beautiful. I especially love the lighting elements, and I think that would really work well in that area. I know Home Tower, when they redid their building, they invested in that beautiful exterior lighting. We could play off of that a little bit. I just wanted to reiterate my conversation with staff yesterday that they are working with Haas and with
Home building.
the Home Tower to as we move forward to make sure they're included in this process to the extent necessary, and see if we can work out something with them to take advantage of some of this parking. So definitely support the contract and wish you guys, everything, hope everything goes great.
Commissioner Biederman.
So just a couple of questions. I understand that they have a proven track record of building garages and great designs, but my concern is that we have a proven track record with Kaufman Land and the amount of work that they've done for us, our fire stations, the garages that we've had. I would have loved to stay with a proven concept as opposed to going with somebody new. I mean, there was 3 people on the selection committee, and that's typical? Isn't it normal like 4 or 5, or?
Yeah, we have 3.
But what's normal for these bid openings?
I don't know, Otis? Yeah, 3 is the minimum. We had Alex. Alex was not able to be on the second meeting, but we started with 4, and then Alex couldn't make the last meeting. But
All right, because I think when I was reading the backup, it was 2 rounds, and the first round was Kaufman Lynn, and then the second round turned out to be Finfrock.
no, there's the way we had. Let me go back to the dates here. How do I go back? Let's go back to the schedules. First round was about the evaluation criteria requirements that happened in August 20th. From there, the shortlisted firms was Finfrock, Kaufman, and QVS, the QVC. They all got ranked, and then presentations came in on September 10th. And on September 10th, the scores on the shortlisting do not carry to the presentations.
Okay.
So when they presented, they did not come in first in the final presentations.
So on the first presentation, what were those scores based on compared to what the scores were based on for the second presentation?
Yeah, I can walk you through the
We
criteria.
didn't,
The first package is
and
just,
just to clarify, we didn't have a one-on-one on this, right? Because I don't remember discussing
no,
this.
not with us, no.
Okay.
No, the rankings for the short listing were based on the package and the books. Yeah, it's the RFQ package, and the RFQ package was evaluated on the 20th of August. All the rankings were reviewed, the selection committee did scores, and that's how the shortlisting was done.
Okay, so
The scoring criteria for that is based on, I'll tell you.
that was my question. Thank you.
Yes, scoring criteria.
No, you could still look for it, but they have done work with us before as well. Kaufman-
Finfrock?
Yes.
What did they build for us?
I think, were they involved in building the new police headquarters parking garage?
No.
No?
No, it's not their
But I think the Van Buren garage downtown they built, right? I saw on their website when I looked.
They've done some work in Hollywood, not necessarily for the city of Hollywood. They did all the parking garages for the Hard Rock
State, the Hard Rock.
State, and yeah, they've done a lot of work in South Florida.
The
but,
guitar.
yeah, not directly with the city. So if that's the question, not directly with the city.
Thought I saw they did the Van Buren garage, but go ahead.
Yep. So I'll tell you here what the shortlisting items: firm qualification and experience, 20 points; organization profile and design build qualifications, 20 points; approach to scope of work, 25 points; knowledge of site conditions and local conditions, 15 points; and references, 15 points. So the rankings or numbers that were done on August 20th were based on that. From there, these 3 firms got selected to come in and do presentations, and the presentations were based on kind of the same criteria. People voted on those numbers, and they came in number first.
So on paper, Kaufman Lynn was better, but in oral presentations, Finfrock was better.
In the second phase,
Okay.
they did a better job, yeah, I could say.
All right, I could see I'm alone on this one. Just a couple of comments. Has there been any thought, and we had this discussion yesterday in our meeting, but not exactly this, but in reference to the space consultant that we hired earlier in the meeting today? Has there been any thought of using the first floor of this parking garage as the parking offices?
There's
Instead
a
of bringing them into
portion,
City
I
Hall?
think probably maybe,
That's correct, Commissioner Biederman. So right now, this is just for the ranking. Our goal is once they get awarded, or if they get awarded, then yes, there's going to be some kind of kiosk on the first floor.
No, but
we're
I'm
trying to put there.
not talking about just the kiosk. I'm talking about putting the entire parking offices there instead of having people come to City Hall to pay a parking ticket or get a parking permit. It could be in the new parking garage. Since we're building something, we're spending a lot of money to build it, we might as well build something that we could use for
So-
parking headquarters.
No, so that's a good idea, but that's a concern with the kiosks. A kiosk is we're going to probably put some staff there also to be able to take payments and get permits and those other additional services to our residents. So we are going to incorporate that in the new garage. It won't be the entire parking department because there's quite a few, but it's going to be at least a customer service team that's over there.
Okay.
And we also not trying to take away space from the parking garages also by building out on the first floor.
Okay. And I assume this is going to have the typical inventory counts and stuff like that, but we talked about having a license plate entry instead of tickets or a gate. Is that going to be part of this concept too?
Yeah, it will be an open garage, LPR, also along with a nice wayfinding system, similar to the other University Station and Nebraska garage.
Okay. And I agree with Commissioner Quintana that there should be some artistic elements to it that play off the art center next door without like crazy amounts of extra money. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to hear the answer that you gave, that you may have a kiosk, but the goal of the garage is to actually have parking spaces. And oddly enough, people sometimes when they come to pay their ticket, if they bump into any of us in the parking lot, they ask if there was anything that we can do for that ticket. And we can tell them, look, if you think the ticket was erroneously issued, just appeal it and go through the process. It gives us the opportunity to talk to somebody else that's here. But I think the main thing for that parking garage is for it to have spaces available to the people. But I get what you're saying, and thank you for having the ability for somebody to actually pay their fine when it comes to there. But we're not looking to be issuing fines from that garage on like a paper type fine. If any fines would take, there wouldn't be any reason for fines to take place if we're using license plates reader for them to be able to come in and out and pay for their, it's going to be through the app, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're trying to modernize our parking garages as well. So, and by the way, most of the contractors, even when they're prime contractors, they wind up going to Fenton Frog Construction as a subcontractor to build a garage anyhow. So in some way, we're basically cutting the middleman out. So I'm good with what we're doing right now.
Yep. All right, Jose, if you could just, for the benefit of the public and the commission, just tell us with the design build process, what the next step is, how design gets formed when it comes back to the city commission, how does a dollar figure, because we want an efficient garage and not, let, design and office space and the necessary plumbing and AC and all that get in the way of an efficient garage, especially on the bottom floor for ingress and egress, a little bit of a tight space. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about how design moves on from here and how a contract amount gets
Yep,
reached.
very good. Let me get you to this last slide in here. It has kind of a little bit of So just so that you can kind of see a little bit of an estimated timeline, we haven't really sat down to do a final negotiation with them or a final agreement, but more or less gives you an idea of what the next steps and flow and process goes. So design and construction will be within the same contract, so we don't have a designer separated from the contractor. They're one single team. So as soon as we get the negotiation going, we'll probably have to come back to commission for approving the final contract for the project. At that time, we will only be asking for money for them to get to a 30% design with a GMP, guaranteed maximum price number, with the goal of knowing at that point, if the city and we don't agree or don't think that that number is the right number, we can use those set of documents to put it out for bid or bring another contractor at that point. So that's kind of how we are setting it up. In terms of the project schedule itself, they'll begin doing design as we give them the go-ahead with the contract. We will be working jointly with the development team, and Andrea and I have spoken about the process and how do we integrate that process into the design so that we do the rezoning and site review process concurrently as the design is moving forward. And permitting will start, a month and a half after. The goal will be that if we can do a phased permit approach where we get the foundations package, has probably about 4.5 months duration for the entire construction of the project. So if we can get the foundation package and the site development going first with a preliminary or phase permit approach at the beginning, while we're finishing the design and getting the final permits, we'll get the construction ahead of time a little bit. So we might save a couple of months, 3 months, depending on how quickly the permit process can go. And I think that will be a good benefit to the project and savings. So we'll get that sooner. Their proposed schedule, which is one of the areas that I think was very well liked by the selection committee when they did the presentation, their design is 8 months. And it's a short, quick design, and a lot of this has to do with the fact that they're in-house, and because their services are in-house, they can move quicker. So that was an area that was very important. And then construction itself is about a year for them to do everything. So the real difference in here is going to be how quickly do we get to the GMP, and how do we thread the permits in a way that facilitates us getting everything we can do done quicker than later. So when you put the whole schedule, it'll be about 2 years. And we can probably shorten it a little bit depending on how the permit flows.
All right, and then the last question, just with regards to design, if there are creative ideas that are optional, whether it's lighting, whether it's cladding, whether it's rooftop, whether it's whatever, when do those ideas get contemplated into some options and brought to the city commission for a decision without slowing down the process?
I think that once we get through the first 30%, I think that at that time we should be able to bring to all of you different options about what can be done, Mayor and Commissioners, so that we can kind of put them as an alternate options depending on how much the cost is and what we want to do. So we can bring that at that point and say, hey, here are all the variety of things we could do given the site constraints, and we'll bring those to all of you. Perhaps we meet prior to, we'll do a public meeting to hear feedback and meet with all of you so we can get feedback on things that you all want to see, and we'll work with them to see how much can be incorporated.
All right, thank you, Jose. Pat, do we have any speaker cards on item 34? No? All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. Finfrock, welcome back to Hollywood, and now let's look forward to a good result with you guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh, you too, yeah.
All right, Mr. City Manager, it is 4:05, and we have two 4:45 time certain items, but let's go ahead with comments by the City Commission, City Attorney, City Manager, as we do have about 42 minutes to take care of that, if we're going to flow directly with the time certains. Commissioner Shuham. I'm sorry, hold on. Commissioner Shuham.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. First, again, just wanted to thank fire and police for the amazing work that they did last night at the Edgewater, and so grateful that we didn't have any serious injuries. Wanted to express gratitude towards the Hollywood Police Department and everybody that worked on National Night Out. I was definitely a skeptic. I felt that the sacrifice of not having a more intimate neighborhood event would not offset the benefit, but I think that it was just a huge success, and everybody on your staff that worked so hard to put it together really deserves a big thank you. So it was great. Just sorry that we was unable to go to Grapes for Grades, but I heard the mayor did a great job representing us in the trivia. Thanks to Parks for a beautiful event yesterday, and again to Commissioner Gruber for recognizing Commissioner Blattner with his Mindfulness Park. I don't think I need support, but I have asked staff to come back to us just with updates on SB 180, which the city manager said that he would do a few meetings ago, but the SB 180 legislation and its impact on our comp plan and other actions, we're still waiting for an update on that. And I've also asked Jovan to bring us an update on Jazz Fest, so hopefully we'll get those at the next meeting. Something that I forgot to raise in our conference meeting yesterday, we had an incident in the lakes in a vacation rental a few weeks ago. It was, again, thankfully nobody too seriously injured, but there was a group of young men staying in a vacation rental, and another group of young men broke into the vacation rental, and it was a whole to-do. So after that happened, I had a resident reach out to me and make a suggestion on our short-term vacation rental ordinance to, similar to how we mandate noise detectors, to mandate Ring security cameras. It seems like a really easy, good solution that would help the police department. So I'm asking for support to have staff take a look at the short-term vacation rental ordinance we have in place to see if we can add mandatory ring cameras or similar.
Specifically doorbell or other surveillance around the property?
I mean, we could, defer to HPD, but in this particular episode, a Ring camera on the front door would have been great.
I imagine most of them already have it for the sake of management, but I had the pleasure of the commission. I don't see a problem. If the police feels like if it's an added thing, then we'd have to need access to that. So there would have to be, I guess, in the agreement, Chief, I'm just brainstorming
that's
here.
a great point.
A point that Holly, by virtue of this, license or permit, that the police have access to the Ring doorbell. I mean, that would be great for you if the occasion came about and then they refuse, then we can compel them through agreement to the extent they will
Yeah, that's
give
good.
it to us. I don't know. Chief, do you have any feedback before we just set this on its way?
Huh? Anyway, why don't we just have staff look at it, get with HPD, and come back to us with a suggestion? I think that's a great idea to put that in there as well, not only to have the camera, but to have the access agreement already in place.
Yeah, I would support that.
Anybody else? Support. All right. No-
Commissioner Biederman, go ahead.
I guess it doesn't hurt to look into it, but I think there's a Fourth Amendment issue with this because the property owner can give us authorization to that Ring camera, but people that are renting there may not. And
That's why we have a
so-
legal department.
But how much of that information is going to be?
I think it's the homeowner that gives that authority.
I mean, can we hear what the city attorney might have to say? I mean, we could have staff time spend hours and hours on this and come back.
Well,
that
there are,
legal.
this resident provided examples in other jurisdictions that do this. So, I mean, to me, it seems like a very good idea.
All right, let's hear what the city attorney has to say.
We can certainly look into this further from the legal side prior to staff expending a ton of time going into it. And that way, I hope that addresses your concern regarding staff time, if it's good time after bad.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we have support for staff looking into adding security cameras along with the access agreement to our short-term vacation rental license terms. And that's it. Thank you so much.
I think Commissioner Hernandez had some feedback with regards to SB 180, given his participation in the Florida or Broward League of Cities. Commissioner Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. Senate Bill 180 is the priority policy for the Florida League of Cities regarding that. They're acting on that, and they're going to task that. The statement policy from the Florida League of Cities is actually the electric vehicles and the lack of gas tax revenues. So that's the next thing that's going to be. But the Florida League of Cities is definitely prioritizing the Senate Bill 180.
All right. Let's go to, all right, hold on. There we go, go.
Just really quick, thank you so much, Commissioner Hernandez. And there was an article that the sponsor of the bill last year has recognized that it's excessively broad. So I'm confident there will be a glitch bill, but hopefully Florida League will make sure that it addresses
They're
our
working with them in order to get that done.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to, a big thank you to Public Works for fixing the lights in the downtown area. I know that more lights need to be fixed, but my understanding is that we're out of supplies and we're awaiting supplies. Thank you that. I'd like to thank the fire chief and the fire department for all the work they had to do yesterday. It seemed like that everybody was very at ease with what was happening, but thank you. You made it all seem to be like a regular day's work when we know that it wasn't. I would like to thank the Hollywood Police Department for putting the National Night Out at the Arts Park the way they did, providing for the associations that wanted to come and didn't have a way of getting there for them to be able to provide transportation for them to do so. They were elated, and they look forward to doing something like that in following years. I would like for the commission and for the parking department to take in consideration whenever we do the demolition for the annex building here at City Hall. My understanding that it's going to be to create some extra parking. Some of the local businesses around City Hall, they need parking spaces and they don't have the ability to grow. If we could set any aside in order to be able to rent to them, in order for us to have the participation from the local businesses and yet still have a stream of revenue from City Hall Circle, that would be great. It'd be something to consider. I'd like for, don't know if I need any help from you guys at this time, but some of the local businesses, two in particular that I can think of on the south side, they're very constrained when it comes to parking, and they need some extra parking. And if they're willing to pay rent for the parking spaces, something to consider. Well, got a couple pages, guys. Already said that. One of the things that we need to work on is eliminating the stigmatism from the downtown that there's no parking availability. Right now, we have 350 future parking spaces on the garages that we look into, we just talked about. We just vacated or provided another 150 parking spaces from the lot behind the post office. University Station has 300 plus parking spaces available. And aside from whatever parking that we're looking to generate with the configurations of the streets, I count over 800 parking spaces that are becoming available as we speak into the short future in the downtown. So one of the things in our marketing I would like for you guys to be able to approach is the fact that highlight where the parking spaces are right now, and that the stigmatism of the no parking in the downtown needs to go away in order for the downtown businesses to flourish and for the vacancies that we have in downtown to be filled. Because a lot of the businesses don't want to come to downtown because they feel they don't have parking. Yet Jackson Street is available for parking, because if you don't live there, we're trying to eliminate the abuse that is taking place from some of the other parking structures. And that's a slow message to get out, but it needs to be able to get out. So whatever the marketing department can do for that, I would be greatly appreciated, and the downtown businesses would appreciate that as well. Thank you. That's all I have, and I think we're doing well.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Let's go to Commissioner Coleri.
Yes, thank you. Again, nothing but praises regarding the National Night Out. It definitely was the perfect night. Participation was amazing, and thank you to the Hollywood Youth Ambassadors for participating as well. I have nothing but great things to say about it. Some could not attend, which I received a phone call for one resident who could not come due to getting to the location. So if we could just work on making sure that the sun shuttle's available, or we buddy system type of thing. That was the only complaint that I got, but I will say I was totally impressed with it. So hats off to you, Chief, and your staff, and all that were involved in making such a great event. And hopefully we continue to do it year after year. Yesterday, I attended the Broward City Managers Association, Broward League of Cities Legislative Delegation Workshop at the county. We heard a lot about different bills that are going to be passing. As we know, the session's going to start up. I don't know, there's over 1,000 plus, maybe 2,000 bills that are going to try to go through. But what's most dear and true, and thank you, Adam, our president of the Broward City Managers Association, and his team, along with the Broward League of Cities staff, who really honed in on just this topic. I cannot stress enough of how important it is that we educate. The sole purpose of our property taxes, civic associations, union leaders, parks, schools, you name it, YMCA, Boys and Girls Club, wherever we can get the information out, we have to get it out, because if the residents don't know about it, it will ultimately affect our cities. And I can't think of how many. We have to have workshops if we need to, town hall meetings, go to the schools, PTAs, you name it, we got to do it. And it has to be a priority. Otherwise, there's no more municipalities. In addition to that, Mr. Alberti is here in the Abertelli is here in the audience, but I did speak up about vacation rentals and about choices being made up at the state level. Well, our legislators are there to work for us and to try to help make things easier. Sometimes bad things come out of that. And so I did speak up about vacation rentals, maybe going back to the wheelhouse and trying to lessen the restrictions so that we can be able to control it a little bit better at a municipality level. In addition to that, I spoke about the choices made with the 5G towers and how it has created the zoning aspect and how it has created a problem for us in public spaces and invading personal space. So I did speak. We do see your letters. We do hear about them. We do take them to heart. A little disturbing for me, but I feel your pain. Your last letter about the going to church and asking, and it really resonated with me that it is a cry out for help. And I always say the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Your wheel is definitely squeaking. So we're speaking at it on all levels, and hopefully there's some resolution that comes to that. In addition to that, I do have two things that I was requested to ask for. E-bikes and motor scooters. I don't want to do anything without consulting with my colleagues to find out information about, I don't think banning, but promoting more safety measures with the e-bikes and the scooters. This morning on my way to work, I almost crashed into a scooter that wasn't looking my direction and zoomed across the street. No helmets. I don't know what our rights are or what we can do. But being in the healthcare world, I know that we get a lot of scooters or bikes that are injured. I don't want to ban it because we push so much. Well, it's just not scooters. It's micro mobility devices, which is e-bikes that go over 20 miles per hour. Key Biscayne banned them completely. I don't think that's the right choice. West Palm Beach, similar. I don't think that it's the right thing because people use this as modes of transportation, but safety measures are so important that I can't stress it enough. And then the last thing that I will ask support for is, I asked for it in the past administration of legal, but I don't think we need support on it. She said that's already being taken care of.
I'll check on that and get back to you.
Okay. I don't want to ban them. I'm just letting that loud and clear, but I want safety. And my last one, I know my time is up, is foreclosures. I had asked for us being a little bit more aggressive and for us to really move forward on these homes that are habitual abusers. And I think that this will provide us an opportunity with our stormwater master plan as well, if it's in a certain area. Nor do I want to put anyone out of a home, but we cannot continue to let these foreclosures continue. And the last thing I would like is an update on the Pratano on Taft and Dixie Highway. Where are we at with that? I mean, we just have to move the needle. And so I'm going to request that we have something come back, and I'd like support to have that updated foreclosures, and most importantly, the Pratano. Anyone else? Thank you. And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
All right. Let's get to Commissioner Gruber.
Thank you. I have a few things. Thanks everyone who came out to Richard Blattner Mindfulness Park grand opening yesterday. It was really nice and very nice to see. Well deserved. So thank you all for that. I actually went this past weekend to the graduation of 50 previously homeless persons in Miami, to the Caring Place in Miami. 7 of the 50 were Hollywood residents. I have to tell you, it was really something special to see, 50 people who were previously homeless, and I heard some of their stories. I mean, just gut-wrenching. They had their caps and their gowns, and family was there supporting them. It was real. There were no dry eyes in the whole place, so it was really amazing, and just a reminder of the good work that they do at the Caring Place, and that, I hope we can keep supporting them. Yeah, so... Keith Kavanaugh and his people over there, amazing. Rings. So I remember about a year or two ago, we had a presentation by a woman who had lost her son, who dove into a lake, and there was this initiative. I think this is her initiative, this Zero Drown initiative. And I thought we had just kind of forgot about it, but Commissioner Clary mentioned yesterday that we do have it at some of the lakes. This is up in Vero Beach. I was there a few weeks ago. And I noticed this. So they have them up and down the beach, and it tells you in case of emergency, call 911, and then throw it, don't go. And Chief Levy, I was just wondering, I'm going to ask for support if we can look into seeing if this is something good to put at our beaches. These standalone rings for people to help, especially when the lifeguards aren't on duty or whatever. If I could get support to look into if that's something we should be adding to our beach. So just down the beach, they had tons of them. Looked like Rotary was the sponsor of it. I don't know if Rotary. We have a couple of Rotarians here. May want to look into getting involved.
Rotary will probably step up. Probably.
Maybe Rotary can reach out to the Vero Beach club up there and see what they did exactly. But I'd love to know. By the way, look at that restaurant that's been there forever. I forgot that that's in the background of the picture. When high tide comes, it's literally under the restaurant. And when you're eating there, you feel like you're in the ocean. So amazing. I don't know how that withstood some of the storms, but it's been there forever. So yeah, I forgot that was there. So do I have support to look into that? Okay.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you. Commissioner Gruber, maybe I would like to invite you to the Rotary Club so you can present this, so you can let them know how something like this could be. They would love to have you as a speaker.
After Fire Chief blesses
Happy to go. Yes. There was that. I agree with you, Commissioner Hernandez, that we got to get rid of the stigma that there's no parking downtown. I've never, ever not been able to find a parking spot downtown in my whole life. So I agree with you on that. Dine Out Hollywood, very impressive, very impressive. I can't believe the list of restaurants that are participating in the deals. I have some friends who have done it already. I plan on trying to do it this week. So that's very impressive. Thank you, staff, for putting that together. And I think that's it. Yep. Thank you.
Let's go to Commissioner Biederman.
So they have one of those rings at the Chris Hickson Memorial Walkway too.
Got
it. National Night Out was great. There was a lot of people there. We appreciate all the work that goes into it and how it's much better when it's confined. I think that because our city's so big, if we're going to go away from the neighborhood ones, maybe we should have one in the east and one in the west, or more centrally located. There were neighborhoods participating. I just think that we need more residents participating as opposed to the more ones that are in tune. I will be, just for the record, I'll be missing the CRA meeting in November. I'll try and get online, but I'll be on a flight. But I should be back if there's no flight delays for the afternoon, the city commission meeting. And that's it for right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's get to Vice Mayor Quintana.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of split my time last night. I was at the National Night Out event for part of the time, and I wanted to congratulate the chief, just like everyone else has, on a great job. I was so happy to see my old NTL, Ramiro Valdez, being part of the MC, and he was always so well loved in our community, and now as an SRO, I know all the young people love him. It was great to see the South Broward High School band perform and all the kids from the high school who came out to support them. I got a great video of the kids dancing along with the band. So thank you for that. Was a little crazy because of the firefighters having to also be at the same time dealing with that big fire, but it was still like a great experience, I think, for everyone there. I then went running over and got to see Mayor Levy Julie Guy, and what's Eduardo's last name from Margaritaville? Eduardo Fernandez playing Jeopardy with Clive Taylor as Alex Trebek was really funny and really entertaining, and I learned a lot, and it was a really good game because it
Hollywood history.
had questions about all parts of Hollywood, East Side, West Side. It was really great. Now I know why Gene Morford was asking me how long my civic association had been in existence. I was like, I don't have time to answer you right now. So it was really, both events were really wonderful to be part of, but I was spread too thin. I wanted to bring everyone's attention and invite them if you have any love or interest in the Washington Park community, that next week, Tuesday, there's a hands-on design workshop that is happening between 6:30 and 8:30 at the Washington Park Community Center. So a chance to kind of give your thoughts and your ideas about what the industrial area could be like and help bring your creativity to that. So a couple of things that have come up as I've been going around to civic association meetings last week, it's usually all of mine meet the same week. I've been trying to raise awareness about the services that everyone gets for their tax dollar. So often people will say things like, I'm paying taxes, I'm getting nothing for it. So it's trying to kind of help people think about what it is that they get for it, because so often I think there's so many things we take for granted until it doesn't work right, and then we realize, oh wait, that was something that I needed. So as I was doing that, there were some folks who were really wanting to know more about their property taxes and what homestead meant and what other savings they might be able to gain. So I was telling them about Marty Keir's staff, the property appraiser, being here at City Hall every Thursday between 10:30, is it 10:30 to 12:30, people, am I right? I think so. Joanne? Oh, okay, 10:30 to 12 noon every Thursday, and opportunities if you don't have your homestead filed to do that. So making sure folks know, try to take advantage of all the savings that you can, and that office will help you do that. I want to specifically thank Mimi's Ravioli for participating and the Hollywood Dine Out activity from the Party on the J. They're like one of the founders of the Johnson Street Business District. I'm so proud of them. And if anyone is interested in any local artists who want to display their work at the Party on the J at February 1st, we're taking applications now. And you can stop by Refined Cuts, where Walter, who's the president of the Business Association, will give you information, or Jones Florist, 5911 and 5920 on Johnson Street. They'd be happy to tell you all about it and answer any questions if you're interested. And then finally, if someone could just help me understand what's happening with the property at 601 Columbus Parkway. Thank you for having that very, very tall grass that was obstructing the sidewalk and everything trimmed back, but that property has been in really terrible condition for, I don't know, 2 years. So I'm just wanting to better understand what we're doing about it. And with that, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. 2 items for support today. First, yesterday at the conference meeting, we discussed the North Perry Airport and the county's effort and the City of Pembroke Pines' effort to examine and always look to enhance safety and environmental protection at the airport. As we discussed, the City of Pembroke Pines requested that we and other surrounding cities support their urging of the county to pursue safety enhancements and safety studies and environmental protection studies. And so we discussed sending a letter supporting those collective efforts to the county. So I'd like support formally for me to draft that letter and send it away. Okay, thank you. And then second, yesterday at the Hollywood History Jeopardy, Clive did a great job, of course, putting together the questions on Hollywood history. One of the answers, as you all probably here very well know, after Joe Young had passed away, and even before when he got into financial straits as a result of the 1926 hurricane and owed debts to his paving contractor out of Ohio, In the end, that paving contractor was able to gain possession in lieu of the payments that he was owed, I think around $2 million back then, in the late 1920s, possession of lands that were not yet developed in Hollywood. And that company that the paving contractor formed was called Hollywood Inc. And of course, the founder and operator of that company, Sam Horvitz, and his successor, his children, ended up pursuing the development of Hollywood, in the decades past. And there was some friction that Clive Taylor, and in his article, he wrote an article in the Hollywood Gazette about Sam Horvitz, I don't know, about 10 years ago or so. And he called him the second father of Hollywood that really is an unsung, really father of the city. And it is curious, right? Not curious, but it is just a consequence of time that while this fellow, Sam Horvitz, was so consequential to the planned parts of the city that came in the decades since, west of I-95, even I think some parts of Park East, but certainly Hollywood Hills is a planned neighborhood with sidewalks and swales, and then ultimately Emerald Hills. And so I've always had in the back of my mind, how do we recognize Sam Horvitz? He deserves a place in history in the city that's known and deserves to be known. And so Clive and I got to talking this morning, following up after yesterday's fun, about Sam Horvitz and his specifically Emerald Hills and what a great role he played in, of course, developing Emerald Hills. And then I read the city's neighborhood master plan booklet as it related to Emerald Hills, and it talks all about Sam and the history of Emerald Hills. If you guys will indulge me real quick, I have a request that I think you all will support on how we can recognize Sam Horvitz in that physical vicinity. And if this goes well, I won't read everything here in the master plan, but since we have some time and it is the centennial year, there is, I think, some special history here that some of it was snippets at the Richard Blattner Mindfulness Park discussion of a nudist colony out of all things. And it's, surprisingly, it's made reference here in the master plan as well. So let's see if this summary of the master plan pages on Emerald Hills is able to be, translated to this microphone, and then I'll make my special request. Let's see if this works.
The story of Emerald Hills. Back in the 1920s, when Hollywood, Florida was just beginning to grow, Joe Young's Hollywood Land and Water Company went bankrupt after the 1926 hurricane. One of the people left owed money was a man named Sam Horvitz, whose company had done paving work for the project. In lieu of payment, Horvitz received land, a lot of land, and together with others, formed a new company. Eventually, he bought out his partners and created Hollywood Inc., setting the stage for what would become one of the most elegant neighborhoods in the city. Before Emerald Hills, the land was wild, full of oak trees, a small river, and undeveloped stretches known as Iron Wedge. 46th Avenue was just a dirt road called Hawthorne Road. And believe it or not, there was even a nudist club tucked away in the woods where the tennis club would later stand. In 1955, Sam's son, William Horvitz, came down from Cleveland to take charge of Hollywood's development. Once Hollywood Hills was completed, they turned their focus northward. In 1968 and 1969, the Horvitz family began building what they envisioned as a refined, master-planned community, Emerald Hills. The first homes were built on Geyser Court, and a showcase of model homes quickly followed along 46th Avenue. But getting approval wasn't easy. The city of Hollywood initially rejected the plans, wanting smaller 50-foot lots. Hollywood Inc. refused to compromise and actually de-annexed the land from the city to gain approval from Broward County. When the city realized what was happening, it invited the development back in, and construction began in earnest. By 1969, the first homes were completed between 33rd and 46th Avenues, followed by later phases reaching 56th Avenue and the lakes of Emerald Hills, finished in the mid-1970s. The community featured beautiful winding roads, large oak trees that were intentionally preserved, and lakes that added to its charm. At the same time, the Emerald Hills Country Club and Tennis Club were built, with a golf course designed by the legendary Von Heggie and a pro named Bruce Devlin. Streets like Palmer Drive and Sarrazin Drive were named in honor of golf greats. Hollywood Inc. didn't stop there. They planned an entire community ecosystem. Schools like Hollywood Hills High, a church, a synagogue, a medical complex, and local shopping. By the early 1970s, Post Haste Plaza and neighborhood staples like Deli Den had become gathering places for residents. Through the decades, Emerald Hills grew and changed. The Grandview condominiums went up in 1974 after much negotiation with neighbors. Later, in the late 1980s, Hollywood Inc. sold its remaining properties to Michael Swerdlow Companies, which redeveloped Sheridan Plaza into the major shopping destination we know today. The Emerald Hills Homeowners Association, founded in the early 1970s by Roger Newman, played a vital role in protecting the neighborhood's character, going dormant for a while before reviving in the 1990s. Since then, it's worked closely with the City of Hollywood on beautification, safety, and long-term planning to enhance residents' quality of life. From wilderness to one of Hollywood's most prestigious communities, Emerald Hills has a rich legacy of vision, resilience, and community pride. And it continues to thrive as a cornerstone of the city's story.
So with that,
To adapt this version into a speech format.
hold on, that was,
Pauses and
we're done, chat, we're done. So that was a summary of what's in the neighborhood master plan. And so my proposal is, and I've mentioned this to the city manager some months ago, but never took action, is to name the segment of 46th Avenue that runs through Emerald Hills, the segment from Sheridan Street to Sterling Road, to co-name it as Sam Horvitz Avenue, similar to how we did the southern segment after Marvin Gottlieb. So if there's support for that, I think he is a gentleman worthy of recognition, especially in that master plan community that he obviously fought really hard to create as it is today.
I love it. Second, third, fourth.
All right, so if we can bring that as a naming decision resolution, Pat, for the city. If we could do it as quick as we can, even if the signs don't go up by the end of the year, it would be great if they did, but even if they didn't, as long as we're taking this action. And I just want to say that I spoke with Clive this morning, and he was excited about finally a way for the city to recognize Sam Horvitz, and he did send a letter with a copy of his article from about 10 years ago to the commission, so when you have a chance. There's more detail in that letter that's different, and that's, I guess, an image of Sam. Way to go, CMed, getting that up real quick. City manager, I know you might have been here during some of the Hollywood Inc.
I
years.
was just about to say, some of us in our early years got to work with the Horvitzes and Hollywood Inc., of which many times they were staunch adversaries, and there was a lot of conflict that went on in those years. I actually ended up going to high school with Linda Horvitz, the granddaughter, and there was a gentleman that worked here as an assistant to the city manager who went on to form Calvin Giordano, Dennis Giordano, that I ended up working with there after I worked with him here. So you never know how those things come around, isn't it? It's amazing. But yeah, and a lot of good things ended up coming out, like Westlake Village and preservation of a lot of the beachfront properties. And then I remember, yes, when the remaining properties were sold to Michael Swerdlow Companies, which we got to work with as well. So yeah, quite a history. Yeah, very appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it would be great to recognize him in that fashion. And he does have, I think, a grandson. His name is David. I think he's a grandson, or either that or a great-great-grandson that is here and in touch with Clive after I met him at a fundraiser and said, "You got to talk to our Historical Society president. We have to learn more about the Horvitz family, and you might have some records of Hollywood Inc. that we would love to have in our archives or so the Historical Society." So exciting things. Thank you all so much. All right. City Attorney.
Thank you so much. I just have one announcement of an executive session. Pursuant to Florida statute, section 286.011, subsection 8, subsection A, governing public meetings, I, as the attorney for the City of Hollywood, wish to inform the city during this public meeting that I desire to hold an executive session on Monday, November 10th, 2025, at 4:30 p.m. to seek advice concerning litigation styled Astrid 2 LLC et al. Versus the City of Hollywood. Invited to attend this session are the mayor, vice mayor, and commissioners, city manager George R. Keller Jr., outside counsel Daniel Abbott, and myself.
Thank you. All right, City Manager, we've got 5 minutes for you to, but you can go longer.
I'll be brief. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, and all members of the public and staff. The CRA Director asked me to make a couple of announcements. A reminder about Dine Out Hollywood, active now through November 15th. over 25 different Hollywood locations participating. Enjoy a prefix 3-course menu, and you can get the details on the city's website. Boo Bash, Friday, October 25th from 5 to 9 p.m. Arts Park, Young Circle. Bring the kids for some spirited fun, music, kids activities, costume, fashion show at 7 p.m. Also, Holly Weird Halloween Festival.
Huge.
Huge. Saturday, October 25th, 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the adult side. Downtown Hollywood, free admission, live music, adult costume contest, $10,000 in prizes. And then a couple of other general announcements. Operation Paintbrush, also Saturday, October 25th, 8 to 11 a.m., Public Works Compound on South Park Road. Bring your Hollywood resident ID to receive 2 5-gallon buckets of recycled paint. Previous limit was 4 5-gallon buckets, now to 2. This new limit is based on supply of recycled paint from the county. And lastly, I want to thank the commission and members of the staff, especially Vin and Utilities, for that workshop this morning. For those that didn't get to see it, on septic sewer program, obviously a lot of information to digest and now focus and narrow and bring back for action. But the important thing is that it's started and it's moving and happening, and it's another one of those major elements in the city that haven't been dealt with before, that will make a difference going forward for decades. So we appreciate that cooperation and guidance very much, and we'll be returning pieces to you as well. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, City Manager. Commissioner Kaleri had an item she wanted to mention. Commissioner Kaleri.
I'm not sure if I need support or you can direct me, but there was a request, I guess, North Central Civic Association meets at the Armory in the small back room. And their upcoming meeting, they are inviting the fire department to come. I believe it's the fire department or the memorial staff to come and do CPR lessons. And they need a bigger arena to stage the dummies and to do the CPR. So they've asked if I could use the gym part itself because the room is too small. I don't know who or how we can get approval for that, or if I get support.
Well, I'm sure
I know it's open play, but perhaps they could put the partition up and use one half of it for the CPR, or we can invite those who are there to participate as well.
We'll figure it out. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right. That concludes comments by the City Commission, City Attorney, City Manager. It is a little bit, is it 4:45 yet, Pat Cerny? How many minutes do we have? Any song? Anybody want to sing a song? So we're, all right, so Commissioner Biederman's going to filibuster for us.
Wednesday night at 6 o'clock, the Boys and Girls Club is doing a fundraiser at the Improv. It's $50 per person, ahead of time, $75 day of, or after tomorrow, actually. And it's one of their major fundraisers that stays here in Hollywood's Boys and Girls Club. It's not the countywide, it's just for Hollywood's. And they service, like 500, 600 kids on an annual basis for like $15 a year membership for kids. So it's a great cause. BC, Boys and Girls Club, bgcbc.org, and you can get tickets. So I hope everybody comes at 6 o'clock. It's a great show. It's a great opportunity to network with different supporters of the Boys and Girls Club and to support the future generations of our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Biederman.
Thank you, Commissioner Peter.
So, by the way, just as a little aside that y'all take some pride in. So, obviously, the Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show is a huge event every year, and obviously a big economic driver for obviously Fort Lauderdale, but really all of South Florida in a lot of ways for the marine industry. And yesterday, while spending some time with Eduardo Fernandez from Margaritaville, I asked him how the hotel was doing, and he said that they just got a huge booking of some vendors from the boat show that are basically almost selling out the hotel for the period of the boat show weekend that's coming up, I think, in about 10 days. And the county, hasn't yet been able to open the new Omni Hotel, which would have gotten those guests had it been able to be open in time for boat show. But nice to see the economic impact of the hotel business coming down to Hollywood from the boat show. Usually it's mostly oriented as close as can be to the boat show locations. Obviously, Fort Lauderdale, which has the highest number of hotel rooms in the county, but different from years past, we're seeing more boat show business in Hollywood and hotels, so that's nice. All right, Pat, we are past 4:45. All right, so we have two quick items, and then we'll get to citizen comments. Let's begin with item 26. It's a resolution of the City Commission appointing 4 members to the Education Advisory Committee, and then we'll have an opportunity to appoint 1 member to the African American Advisory Council. So if you are here and an applicant for the Education Advisory Committee or the African American Advisory Committee, I highly encourage you to, Pat, if you could wave, fill out a speaker card and just introduce yourself if you could. So if you haven't already, if you need a minute, why don't you come on up? Or at least fill out the card after. So, Pat, why don't you go ahead and give us the 4 names of the folks applying for the Education Advisory Committee?
Into the mic. I couldn't resist.
So for the Education Committee, there are 3 that need to be appointed. For the regular membership, we only have 2 applicants. And Narster Bennett Wright and Luke Lockhart are the 2.
All right, either of you here? Okay, great.
And then we have a student alternate position for Brooke Massey. That's the only.
That's available, or?
We have a student vacant position.
1 applicant.
And we have 1 applicant.
Okay.
And is Mr. or Mrs. Massey here? No? Hello, you must be the staff liaison to the Education Advisory Committee.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Brooke is not here this evening. She's aware of it. She has been on the committee for 2 years, and she wants to be reappointed. She's been a faithful member and very committed. So she's just waiting for her reappointment. She wants to continue to be involved. She's a wonderful student.
Great. Well, let's hear from the 2 applicants that are here. I know there's 2 applicants in 3 positions, but we'd love to meet you. If you could please come on up, the 2 applicants for the Education Advisory Committee that are here. Just introduce yourself, your name, and a little bit of background and why you're interested.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luke Lockhart, and I grew up in rural Illinois. And in my school, it was an area where there wasn't a lot of resources. So I was one of the students who went out there and had to find the resources to create the opportunities for myself. So once I moved to South Florida, I realized how robust the community is here and the schools can be. So I want to give back, and I feel like this is my opportunity to do so, coming from someone who came from nowhere to something. So I feel this is my opportunity.
And what do you do just professionally or business-wise?
Yeah, I'm a small business owner in the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Come to Hollywood. What's going on?
I know. Well, maybe I will.
And do you live in the city of Hollywood?
I do. I live right there on Young Circle.
Great. Well, welcome.
Thank you
Great
very
to meet
much.
you. Thank you for applying.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good
My name is Ernestine Bennett Wright. I'm a resident of Hollywood for 14 years, District 6. Basically, when I saw the position, I wanted to give back because I have 2 little kids in school, 7 and 12. And I just want to be more active in my community, you know. I'm nervous, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But I just want to give back. That's why when I saw that, I work with education now. I work at Memorial Hospital in HR. And I just feel I have a lot to offer.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion to approve the 2
approve.
applicants, including the 1 student applicant.
So all applicants.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Well, no, I was going to make a motion, but they already beat me to it.
All right, we have a motion and motions from Commissioners Coleri, Hernandez, Biederman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations. Thank you for your willingness to serve on the board. All right, on to now appointing 1 member to the African American Advisory Council. Any applicants in the room? Please come on up.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
My name is Christina Frazier. I am been a member or resident in the city of Hollywood for basically all my life. I'm going to say how many years that is. I'm going to say over 40 years. And I know I've grown through a lot of challenges, and I have a nonprofit, Balances Everything. Kind of want to give back to the community. I do a lot of things online, group support, individual support, and I'm curious, want to be on the inside, so that's why I applied.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for applying. Just make sure to fill out a speaker card before you leave. She's got one? Okay. Yep. All right. And she is the single applicant, Pat, for the one position?
Correct.
Motion to approve. Mrs. Frazier, thank you.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Clary, second from Commissioner Shuham to approve the applicant for the African American Advisory Council. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you for your willingness to contribute.
Awesome.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our regular agenda, ladies and gentlemen, leaving 5 p.m. citizens' comments for us. If you are here for citizens' comments, we have about
7 minutes.
7 minutes or so until 5 p.m. So we're going to recess until 5 p.m. because we're legally not allowed to start before then. So let's gather again at
Mayor,
5 p.m. and we'll be happy to hear.
If I could ask, what's the time, the paintbrush, when is that going to take place? I've gotten calls, and I know you mentioned it.
Operation Paintbrush.
The paintbrush, yes. It's going to be at the park or?
Here we go. Operation Paintbrush, Saturday, October 25th, 8 to 11 a.m., the Public Works Compound, 1600 South Park Road. Bring your Hollywood resident ID, 2 5-gallon buckets of recycled paint.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Joanne, would you like the 5 minutes or would you like us to recess? I know you got, CMED always has a lot to say. You name it, Centennial. I mean, you got a lot going on, but I don't want to put you on the spot either. So, recess. All right, we've got some cards here, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, item 35, citizens' comments, is the final item on our city commission agenda. It is 5:07. Ann Ralston, come on up. Chris Albertelli, Amanda Albertelli, Larry Schramm, Henry Haft, and closing will be Sean Tillotson. Welcome, Ann Ralston.
Thank you. The bad stuff first. The parking now is crazy. There are more signs I've ever seen on 17th Avenue, both 17th and on Polk, where they put this new resident parking in. There must be a sign every 5 feet. And you also have no pay stations. So I'm very limited in where I can park, and I do not use the app. Some of us, are a little old, aren't technically savvy. That's a problem. I found it fascinating that the beach got a historic overlay district with no effect on the private owners there, but the Lakes Association with an overlay district has to jump through hoops. I found that interesting. Echo has a major problem with e-bikes coming in and ripping up the course. If we could get maybe a police officer there, it usually happens around 12 o'clock on Sundays sometimes. The starters try to chase them off, but they go out. Also, the fence on Arthur has been broken. I don't know if they're the ones doing it, but it needs to be looked at. I do know what goes in a recycle bin, just for your information. I do know, but I watch them, and it was only last week that I had to pick the can up off the ground. It was overturned. But now for the good stuff that I probably am going to cry through the whole thing. So please forgive me. Thanks to the fire chief. He found the crew that rescued my husband. And although I was hoping they'd be here today, I'll meet them at a later date, but I want to publicly acknowledge them because they gave me an extra year for their heroic actions on what they did with my husband. It's Eric Mendoza, Jose Beltar, and Henry Dombrowski. They're my heroes, but they're heroes every day. They're unsung heroes because they do this day in and day out, and most people don't know what they do all day, as well as the police. All the police do the same thing. These are the people that should be getting huge raises, and they're the ones that keep this city together and running, and that includes office workers, sanitation workers, public works, code enforcement. All those people put this together, but these are heroes every day, day in and day out, and I can't thank them enough. Also, I'd like to thank Andrea and Jose and Clarissa for meeting with me, because I have a major issue with the speed humps. A traffic ticker works wonders. A speed hump may or may not slow someone down. Thank you very much for letting me get through it.
Thank you. Chris Albertelli, welcome. Albertelli family, Albertelli girls. Hey, Amanda.
Yes. Hello, thank you, Commission, Mr. Mayor, and the public. Got a couple notes here. I'm going to try to keep it a little bit easier than I have in the past. I just want to hold up something here. This is a RF meter. We're using this at the home. Josh has been learning this with me a little bit, and I'm over the learning curve now. So I've taken it to shopping plazas and large venues, and I'm getting readings in big places and malls and places where you all go, and they're much lower than what I have in my bedroom. So 4,500 people can fill a parking lot and a mall and restaurants, and they have lesser signal than we do in my bedroom and these children's bedroom. So that is an exposure we're not willing to risk or willing to take for our own. I sent you all a large message today that has 35 individual letters signed by my neighbors who are all in opposition and want some action on this right now. And from those homes and homeowners, there are at least 14 children, 10 or younger, within very close proximity to this device and the pattern that it puts off and the beam and all the exposure that we shouldn't be subject to. When is the special magistrate and second legal review action's going to take place. We're waiting. We haven't been informed. We're still waiting on a return call from Dina. I called today, nothing. We're very concerned about our home depreciation. And a woman in St. Pete just beat this on insurance risks alone for it being close to her home. So her insurance company was going to cancel her, and she beat this, and they removed all the equipment. So that's unbelievable and good for her, but we need something. She didn't have a permit violation either, so we need to look a little closer at that. I want to point out that 90% of the homes within near distance to mine are all Comcast subscribers. We don't need T-Mobile providing wireless signal. And there's no self-driving cars on this street, or none of us will be buying any of those real soon. So I want to also point out that we've tried to mitigate some of the signal in the home, and we're using the meter to verify our mitigation, and we can do some control tests, but we've invested almost $2,000 in these mitigation products, and they don't work against this beam and against this signal. So we can't even use logical techniques to beat the signal and protect our little children. It's unacceptable. And I also want to point out that in the past, we were told that it could be $250,000 to relocate this, and someone else confirmed recently that it's more like $10,000, between $10,000 and $20,000. So we were lied to, and again, tried to be extorted by the contractor. And they made also many other false claims, which we are able to disprove at any given moment, given the chance and in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Commissioner Hernandez, did you want to wait until Mrs. Albert? Okay, go ahead.
Questions, I want to bring you back up.
Okay.
I didn't plan on speaking today. I literally picked them up, went to the pop-up library, and showed up here, so I have nothing prepared. I will speak on what my husband mentioned, that we have tried everything. We got the meter. When we stand by the pole, we get a reading. We walk in the living room, same numbers. I spent over $1,000 on curtains that supposedly block RF EMF, hung them in our bedroom, their bedrooms, because that's the side of the house where the pole is. It did nothing. Called the company, Faraday. They said there could be a defective curtain, highly unlikely, but he advised me to take the curtains off the rods, sit on the floor with them like a tent, take the meter under with me. If it reads 0, they're working. So I did it. It worked. It read 0. So I called him back, and he said up until 2 years ago, they weren't getting these phone calls about their products. The 5G has become so strong that they're essentially outdated. So he said for them to work, they would have to literally cover probably the entire walls, not just the windows. So the curtains aren't defective. The 5G is just too strong. Because it works when it's closer to our body, I put up a can. We have a camping tent in our living room that are covered with Faraday curtains, and we live inside the tent. They eat breakfast in the tent, they eat dinner in the tent, we sleep in the tent. My 45-year-old body can't take laying on the floor in this tent anymore. Please do something. We have hats they wear when they exit the tent to use the restroom. I sleep in a hood. I spent $70 per blanket, 4 of them for us to wrap ourselves in. I don't know what else to do. We need answers. We need something. We need some sort of update. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the numbers mean on the meter. They don't mean anything anyway. The studies are from 1996. The numbers don't mean anything. Red and blinking does. And when red and blinking happens at the pole and it happens in my living room, they're the same. So the number doesn't mean anything. If it meets the safety standards of the FCC, shame on them for not updating their standards since 1996. And those studies that were done when I was 16 years old are from limited exposure, 30 minutes or less. We are now living beside it. So it's over 30 minutes, well over. And that is for the general population. And then the tests that were done on people that work around the equipment are for 6 minutes or less. So it means nothing. I've written letters to everyone. DeSantis sends us back to you. I just don't know what to do. And I don't want to live in a tent in my living room anymore. So
Give us back our home.
Please.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, I'd like to ask, as a regular policy, that when we have a public speaker speaking here, that the cameras actually focus on them. More than one time, the camera focuses on the rest of this thing, and somebody's saying something important that the individuals at home needs to listen to. So I would ask, if you don't mind, to direct the staff to, when somebody's speaking, that they give them the decency to put focus on them so they can see the person that it's speaking. But Chris, what I wanted to ask you was, you said that the cost of moving this pole is about $10,000. Where did you come up with that number?
An attorney in New York who is like an active participant in a coalition for safe technology in Florida. They join our program and they join our group to discuss this, and they've beat this in like 20 other places and for 20 other victims like our family. And she said in each case they have never exceeded $21,000 in a removal and a relocation. And the plans that they have in the permit for this is a copy and paste and a new spot. Just pick it. Anywhere but our house.
You went from $10,000 to $21,000. I'm trying to get.
She said maximum.
Okay, maximum, okay.
Between 10 and 21.
Here's what I've asked our staff. I've asked Andrea to please find out from these individuals that put this pole there, where else do they have in a single-family residential zone located these poles? Because I've driven around, I haven't seen one. I've seen them on
We
commercial.
can't find one either. as close as-
I've seen them on commercial, and I've never seen them on residential. So I'm asking and waiting for that to come back in order for us to move. But I would ask my colleagues, if this is, if we can actually have this pole moved for $10,000 or $15,000, are you guys willing to support to have this moved?
Definitely.
Okay, so let's see if we can do that and get this pole out of the next to your house. But I don't want you to think that just because we're not coming or calling you, that we're not trying to work with staff to see how we can get this thing done.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank you for coming out.
we are being patient. It's just really hard living in a
No, I
tent.
understand. I understand. You bring in tears to our eyes, so thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys. Peter, I just want to say thank you. It was reported back to me that you did bring this up in a recent neighborhood meeting and in benefit of our, our family. So we appreciate that.
We're working behind the scene. It doesn't have to be in front of you.
Thank you. And thank you to Andrea as well.
Thank you all. All right. Larry Schramm.
Work like that. They want $250,000 to move the pole.
Hey, Larry.
Hey, good afternoon, and thank you for all that you do every day. Everyone's doing everything they can. You obviously know this project a lot better than I do. I just wanted to share a little perspective since I'm the proud owner of 2 corner properties that have the alleys adjacent to them that the service vehicles use. One of them doesn't have any trouble at all because there's a pole there. The other one has the deep divots that everybody else enjoys throughout the city, and the tragic broken sidewalks and brand new pads for the wheelchairs, the notification pads. So I just wanted to share that, there is a way. If the guys come, I watch them, and they navigate as they're supposed to, and they pull straight into the alley because the pole's in the way.
Which location, Larry? I'm sorry.
That's at 908 South 17th is the good one.
Okay.
Because they have to do a 3-point turn to get to the alley, to get into the alley. They can't take the radius, right? And then at 1958 Dewey, it's like everywhere else. It's just this wide radius turn that just beats up everything that they can get to. And so I just wanted to represent me and everybody else that has those type of situations.
And you're referring to the waste trucks that tear up the edges of the properties?
Yes.
All right. Okay, great. And that's so, if we could please speak with Waste Pro and 1958 Dewey, and you said the other corner was?
908's fine. It's the good one. Like I said, they have a pole in the way. AT&T's got their pole there, or whoever's. And
I
then-
gotcha.
So there's no issue
Sometimes
there.
the physical obstruction gets the drivers to take the turn correctly. Thank you, Larry.
All right, you're welcome, and thanks for having me.
I know it's not simple for you as a city employee to come here and speak to us, but you're welcome to it. It's your right to, and I'm happy that you're speaking up for yourself.
Well, thank you. 'Cause I had threatened myself over the years to come every meeting and take 3 minutes just to hone my skills.
Hey, you've always been a great and contributing employee, really passionate about your work and proud of the customer service that you bring. I've always enjoyed working with you personally, and I know residents do and business people do, and so just thank you.
All right, well, just to reiterate, I'm here as a citizen, so
Yeah,
thank
I
you
know.
very much.
Yep. All right, let's go with Henry Haft. After Henry will be Sean Tillotson, and then finally will be Miguel Fornalo.
Good
Hello,
afternoon,
Henry.
everyone. I came here about a year ago and expressed my irritation about what happened with the charter amendment and the 2024 ballot. And, particularly the one that got, botched by the former city attorney. Now, the commission responded to the issue by saying, look, no more votes on any projects that would meet all that specific criteria, the special conditions, that are governed by that particular charter amendment until after the 2026 election, when we could put the charter amendment back on the ballot, which, was a good response. I thought maybe it was a little hollow, and no, you assured me, no, we're serious. No more votes on any of these types of projects. So I've recently come to learn that the 1301 project, which, was obviously, we all know, is the impetus for this charter amendment, is still out there and, swirling around. And apparently the architect is doing a redesign of the building. And I guess at some point that redesign might have to come back to the commission for another vote. And I would just ask that if that were to happen in the next 12 months, that we table that vote at least until after the 2026 election so that, we could have the charter amendment back on the ballot. We could see what the will of the people is. I know technically the project itself was already approved, and this is a vote on the redesign of the project, but I would just implore you to follow the spirit of what your promise was last year and not say, a technicality allows us to have this vote again. Let's table that vote until after the 2026 election. See what the people vote for. If the people vote to support that charter amendment, that means they want to have a say in these sorts of projects. So you might still vote to approve it. That's fine, but at least table it until after that election and keep with the spirit of what we committed to a year ago. Thank you.
Henry. Sean Tillotson.
Good evening. How you doing?
Good, thank you, Sean.
Okay, I've been listening to
Yeah. Yep.
I've been listening to some of these people, and I will agree with the guy with the garbage trucks. FP&L put in a power pole on the wrong place. It sits right where the truck turns into the alley. I'm on the wrong side of the alley. They drive right across my yard to get in. So I agree with him. We need to do something about that. The next thing is, I was born and raised in this area, in the city of Hollywood, right off of Thomas Street. You're talking about Emerald Hills. I remember it being developed. I remember how disappointed as a kid I was that it was being developed. I spent a lot of good time out there running around in the woods. Kids can't do that anymore. It's gone. Okay. The last thing I would like to point out are speed bumps, speed tables, and roundabouts. Now, the roundabouts are irritating, but they don't really do too much damage, except when you're doing, putting them in on a road that's heading towards a marina. When you put a boat and a trailer onto things, we're talking about something as big as a semi. To get around a little 20-foot roundabout is ridiculous.
Yep.
As for the tables themselves, you can't take them at the speed limit. If you do, you smack, for me anyway, it smacks my head up against the roof of the car. And I literally have to let go of the steering wheel and lift my butt up off the chair, because I have a problem with my back, and I'm only maybe 1/3 of the people are going to have this kind of problem. The last thing it is they damage your car. I just replaced the left axle on my car. A Toyota Corolla, those things are just about indestructible. But I've had to place all kinds of different repairs on those cars simply because of the time that I've gone over speed bumps. I drive out of my way to miss them. And now you're putting in speed bumps in the spots where I've been using to get away from them. I would appreciate you guys first stopping putting in speed bumps. They don't really do anything. And then maybe have to remove some of the ones that you got in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, City Manager, real quick on the speed tables. I know I've gotten a lot of feedback from people, and obviously people ask us for traffic calming, and neighborhood speeding has always been one of the major issues that come to us. So we try to address them with the most basic and, in the end, effective way to slow cars down, which is to put an obstruction like a speed table, which you have to go slower to get across it. Now, I will say the design of the speed tables that we have is pretty, I don't know what word to use, but it's a little, the slope of the speed table and then, coming down, it is a hard approach. So the car hits it and it's not smooth. It's not round. It's not even rounded speed tables, are a little less jolting to get over. And I have to admit that I agree with Mr. Tills in the design of the speed tables that have been put in here. And I think historically in Hollywood is more jolting than what a speed table needs to be. So if there's support for us to look at the design of these speed tables and see if we can get a less jolting result with future speed tables. Peter, you want to speak about it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm willing to support that, but let's remember the reason that the speed tables are there.
To slow cars down.
It's to slow cars down. I don't think that they're intended for you to be able to maintain 30 miles an hour and go over the speed bump. But I do feel that you have hit on an excellent point when it comes to roundabouts in a place where people actually have to drive to a marina.
Yep.
We need to be able to use common sense on some of those things. And if you were heading a road that goes to the marina and we have a parking area for boats with trailers, I mean, that we need to have a second look at something like that. About as far as the speed tables, we have some neighbors in a certain neighborhoods that the speeding is so prominent that they are begging for speed bumps. And so we need to have a balance when it comes to that because there's certain areas on 22nd Avenue between Washington Street and Pembroke Road that they've been crying for that because of the speeding that takes place there.
Yeah.
So we need to be able to balance. So I'm willing to support support something coming back. But as far as the design is concerned and what have you, I leave that up to the engineers.
Yeah, well, less jolting would be great.
I agree.
Yeah, it sounds like I've added it to my field checklist, so we'll do that and we'll get some feedback.
I will say one last thing on the speed tables. Other people have mentioned it to me too. And I think Ann mentioned the number of signs as well. So there's a sign that says speed hump ahead, and then there's a sign at the speed hump. And when there's 3 speed humps within the visual distance of a certain block, there's 6 yellow signs, and it becomes Signville. And so even though I think in the very low speed blocks where it's not like a singular speed table and you're not approaching at a fast speed, I personally feel like the speed hump ahead sign could be removed, and just having the one sign next to the speed table is good enough. So take that as you will. I don't know if you guys have heard a similar thing, but it's a little bit of a clutter. So if it's not absolutely required by design standards, Raylene, do you have news to put this issue to bed? If it needs to be, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to, make clear that this is, it was put in this way because it was required through Broward County to be done in this way. We recognize that it is a lot of signage, and we are having some of those discussions, but, we are challenged with, if we want to have Broward County maintain these signs in our community, then we need to follow their requirements. So we just are going to have to work through some of these issues and see if there is some latitude. But we have asked these questions and are trying to see if we can get some grace on some of this. But
All right, Commissioner Kaleri, then Biederman.
I just, it's funny because we had for years so many requests for speed humps to slow traffic down. And neighborhoods signing petitions that they want speed humps and demanding them. And then the seasons change and people move out that wanted them. And now we have requests to remove the speed humps. And it's really just traffic calming measures. And while I understand, like, as a matter of fact, here on Hollywood Boulevard, coming up to City Hall, we put in the little teeny ripple. And we have business owners complaining that the noise is so much that they want us to take it out. So it really is, I think, a balance. We're never going to be perfect at it, but it is traffic calming issues, and we have to provide safety. And while it may be an inconvenience, we have to make sure that we slow people down, and this is one of the ways. The other thing that was suggested today was the flashing lights and, the school zones, which have helped tremendously. But it's kind of that you're in a pickle. What do you got to do? It's an annoyance or safety, and I'm going to pick safety every time. Sorry.
Commissioner Biederman?
I just have residents that are clamoring for more speed bumps that have been promised for years. And I think some of the problem is that where we're putting speed bumps or a traffic circle, those residents don't want cars passing their house. And that's why they ask for, we get emails on a regular basis because they want us to do something so that cars don't pass their house. So that's it's a balance. We have to do as city commission to try and do what's best for the greater everybody. But there's people threatening to sell their house if we don't put speed bumps in, and there's people threatening to sell their house if we don't take the speed bumps out. It's a no-win situation. Whether they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions or something like that, it's kind of similar.
I said that.
Well, I think everyone can agree on less jolting. So if there could be a less jolting design, I think it's pretty jolting. With those. So for the future ones, the next phases, let's go easier on that slope. Yeah. All right. Let's go to Miguel Fornalo.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to talk about the alley situation between 14th and 13th Street, Madison, and Monroe Street. I have a really bad issue behind my house that happened for more than 4 or 5 years. I came here about 2 years ago complaining the same thing. This issue, this problem is getting bad to my house. Every time it's raining, I get more water inside the garage. The car is floating, and I have a lot of pictures that I can see everything
1300
happening.
block of Madison Street.
Yes, I know you are working on the master. Yes, thank you. I know you do a lot of things for the city. I know we have a lot of floating everywhere. But behind my house, that things happen for more than 3 years. The last time I spoke with Raul when he was here, he repaid the alley, but he repaid the alley on top of the alley, so it's getting more high, so the water getting more inside the house. And now I'm trying to speak with Mr. Hugo. I'm waiting for fixing that problem. That problem is damaged a lot of my dryer machine, my refrigerator, and a lot of stuff inside the garage. So I would like if somebody can help me to fix that problem. I would like to talk with somebody, I don't know, the commissioner or somebody. And I really appreciate and thank you for doing a great job for the Hollywood City. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you. All right, that concludes citizens' comments, everybody. There's no other items on the agenda today, so this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Let's go Hollywood.